Hey, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of Township of Portsmouth on December 7th, 2022. I will start with roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Hurst. Present. Councillor Goida.
Present.
And Councillor Schools.
Present.
And I will now begin our moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Whitfox, you have a resolution for the confirmation of the agenda?
The council approves the December 7th, 2022 agenda as circulated, and the council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.4, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff. Consent item 6.30, province response to AMO calls for municipal funding. And consent item 6.31, proposed comments regarding EROs related to Bill 23.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that? Councillor Hurst, seconded by Councillor Schools. Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? Great. Disclosure of pecuniary interests. Right. All right, Ms. Whitfox, do you have a resolution for the consent agenda, please?
That the consent agenda items listed for the December 7th, 2022 council meeting be received for information.
Are you the mover for that, please? Councillor Schools, second by Councillor Goida. And do we have any items that we want removed? Councillor Bailey.
None for me.
Councillor Hurst. No. Councillor Goida.
I did just want to go item 6.27.
6.27.
Yes, regarding temporary items.
And Councillor Schools. Okay. Right, the rest we can receive. Right. All in favor of receiving the remainder of those items? Okay, that's carried. Right, you're first, Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I just wanted to, so this consent item is regarding, changes to temporary outdoor patio from the AGCO. And I do know that we have, I'm not sure how many, but I know that we do have some establishments who have temporary patios established through the COVID-19 measures. And I'm assuming the AGCO will reach out to those establishments directly, but in case they don't, I was wondering if the township could send the establishments who have an agreement with the township a notice of the changes so that they can be aware and take the necessary steps before the patio is taken. We can certainly send this notice. Yes, we have them listed.
You need a resolution for that. Any comments from council on those?
I just had a clarification question. Do we have temporary patios still current? So I was under the impression it was complete as of a certain date.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we did send notice. We did have those temporary patios over the COVID pandemic for relief. And so we have notified all of our temporary patios in the municipality that we're moving away from those permissions and towards permanent establishments. I think where this may come into effect is those groups that want to put up seasonal patios. So it's reoccurring every year, but they're taken down. And so we'd have our proper planning process that we've worked through with them, but I think that these proposed changes would affect them nevertheless.
Thank you.
The consent agenda item 6.27 listed for the December 7, 2022 council meeting be received, and the council direct staff to send notice of the proposed changes to the temporary patio permissions by the AGCO to all affected properties within the township.
Any mover, please, Councillor Goida. Seconder, Councillor Schools. Any further comments or questions? All in favor? Yes, carried. All right, Councillor Schools.
Yes, I prepared an email that I sent to our CEO with respect to several EROs associated with Bill 23. There's an opportunity to comment on several of them, and one of them's not due until the end of the month. So I looked at them, there's some areas of concern, and I put forward suggested comments that, I'd like council to consider that be made on behalf of council in response to these EROs that are posted on the website, ERO website, and also there's one on the, Ministry of Attorney General's office as well. I can go through each of them if you want me to, but, I'm sure you have a chance to.
We've all had a chance to read them, but for the public, interest, I would.
Sure, okay.
I should read.
Yeah, first of all, the first one is amendments to the Ontario Land Tribunal Act. Basically, what the proposed legislation is that if you go before the Ontario Land Tribunal, you lose, you will be subject to pay costs. And the quantum is not known, and how the rules are set up for the implementation of those costs is not known. So my comment is that we ask that draft rule be provided with the cost be awarded to the losing party. I think it's important we understand what the rules of the game are. We may be in a position where we say, well, it's not worth the risk of going before the Ontario Land Tribunal on issue. When we know that somebody's got deep pockets, they're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. The rules are, of course, you have a cost. We may not want to do that.
So maybe stop it at each one. So we can
Sure,
have a quick
absolutely.
discussion on it, and then that way. I'm
Yeah.
Pretty comfortable with support sort of for it. So I'll just go around the table quickly and see if you're comfortable with the comments Council Schools mentioned. Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. It leaves it just looking for clarification, which I think is justified for sure.
Councilor Hurst? I'd agree. Councilor Goyda?
Agreed.
And I share your concerns, Councilor Schools, because we've gone to hearings and we've been awarded costs. And it's my understanding that the adjudicator takes into account the public's ability to pay. So most of the time, our costs that are awarded to us are a fraction of our actual costs. But my concern would be that the adjudicator could look at the township and say, well, you have an infinite amount of resources because you can just add to the tax bill. And then as you're stating, if big, powerful developer wants to spend an exorbitant amount of money on appeal, and then also we're on the hook for half of it, that's a terrifying situation, because it's going to create where we may feel we're correct on our position, but if we go to the tribunal and lose, the monetary consequences are too severe. So thank you for bringing that to council's attention.
Okay, the second one is a review of a place to grow provincial policy statement, specifically with the residential land supply. And they're suggesting opening up the settlement area boundary expansions to allow for housing, allow more rural housing, and allow conversion of employment lands to housing. So I don't know the full ins and outs, but the comments are not due until December 30th. So I'm asking that staff review, propose any additional comments. My initial comment is that we support the statements that they're in, but I'm not sure there's any nuances associated with this, and I would suggest that staff look at it, and if there's anything else that merits further input, and come forward with next council.
Thank you. Councilor Bailey?
Thank you. Yeah, I put down a note that maybe this one, because the comment doesn't need to be until the end of the year, maybe we can hold off this comment and try to get planning comments for our next, the 21st meeting. And maybe just see how it would relate more locally to West Lynch.
CAO, there's time for. Yep. Perfect. Councilor Hurst?
I agree with that. I think it's the applicability at the local level is really important.
Councilor Goyda?
The one thing I just took a look at this ERO as well, and one of the other items that's on this particular ERO is the integration of the growth journey and conventional policy statement into one planning document. And I know that's an initiative that the county supported, so I wasn't sure if there's support from that for that, maybe that could be.
Councilor Schools, do you want to add anything?
No, I would support what council. Yep, the next one is, the Development Charges Act, specifically relating to parkland dedication fees. The concern I have is that the parkland dedication fees are, the proposal is that we have to spend 60% or allocate funding at the beginning of the year. Now, I don't know if that allocation means over the course of several years or not, and I'm suggesting that let's ask for clarification. The concern I have is we're a small municipality. We take time to save money up for whatever project we think, like for instance, the soccer fields and the municipal, the rework of this area here, a lot of time to save money for it. So I think it's important that we establish that we do need time to build up our reserves, and we do have concerns that the requirement that we spend 60% of money at the beginning of the year, it's not going to build up our reserves appropriately. And the second part is to do with definition of affordable housing. Affordable housing, according to this, is defined at 80% of the average cost of housing, or Coastal's average cost of housing is 950,000. Well, 80% of that would make 750 or 760. And is that a number that's affordable? I doubt it. But if it falls under the definition of affordable, then we lose out on the parkland dedication fees and the DCs and all that sort of thing. So I'm asking that we put an upper threshold on a definition of what's affordable housing. Is it going to be 500,000 or 600,000? If that's done, then at least that gives us some clarity on other approaches forward.
I think Councilor Bailey.
Yeah, I agree with both of those comments. I do think there's concern with the Parkland Reserve. I mean, we heavily rely on that in this township. And so I do have concerns over that, having to spend 60% of it up front or whatever the rules are around that. And then, of course, affordability, what does that mean, right? So we support those comments.
Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, I think Councillor Sepulveda makes some really strong points. I think from a financial standpoint, you need to be quite cautious that it's not paralyzing to the township based on perceived commitments, and it's important to get strong clarification.
Councilor Hurst, I have a request. I'm used to the member sitting in your chair speaking longer, so I can have some of my coffee. You caught me last time, like, so we could,
My attempt to be brief.
I'm quite like,
thank you. Councilor Goya.
Yeah, I support both of these comments. And I think, in regards to the 80% of the average market value being the marker for establishing affordable housing, I think the market value fluctuates so greatly in various municipalities, and so I think the threshold is a really good idea. I think that is something that we should definitely put forward and see what comes of that. So I would support any of this.
Let me just have.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have concerns about spending the 60% of the parkland dedication fee upfront as well. Hopefully we'll be permitted to allow Mr. Sand to create an asset management plan within our asset management plan for the parks. So that we can just allot that money, because the cost of the upgrades of Bourne Park. Right, we can't do that in one fiscal year. We need to save up, and so I'm supportive of that. And as well as the ceiling for affordable housing. I'm quite certain I've seen some media circulating that Minister Clark has mentioned that the price of Ontario home needs to come down $500,000 to be affordable. Well, maybe there's your ceiling. If the average cost is $950, take the 500 out of it, because I'm pretty certain if you went and asked the general public if they thought a $750,000 house was an affordable home, that the answer would be no. So I support those comments as well.
Okay, and the last one is the Ontario Heritage Act. there's so much wrong with that legislation, actually the, ERO. That, I just don't want to get into the details. Basically, the bottom line for me is gonna, jeopardize retaining our heritage buildings. They're basically, telling us if you don't, put it on the register, you'll lose it. That's the message I'm getting. And we have a lot of history in this township, and to lose, a history of, township, is not right. The way I look at it, the history of the soul of our, township. So what I'm doing is, basically proposing the comments. We have concerns that will cause a loss of historical significant buildings. And we ask for such an extension of time can be provided, so we provide more detailed comments. Like this, we just need the time to provide the comments. We don't have the opportunity to get into this. This is due by December the 9th. Okay, that's 3 days.
Would we also want staff to report back on costing to research? How many did we have on the list that they put together, the Heritage Committee?
109.
109. So what's a reasonable number you can do per year? Try to get them registered, because that's the problem is you're only allowed to have them on the list for 2 years.
Yes.
Then they have an exemption for 5.
Yeah.
So in my mind, we almost need to remove them all. But, you know, the most critical, say we can do 5 a year on the list, and then 2 years and just hope that we can, I don't know, anyway, so I'd like to see something back from staff on how to deal with those 109. So we can save as, or they may not warrant being designated, but at least have a look at them.
The other concern is we may have some residents who don't want to be on the list, and we can take it to the interior land. So,
Are you comfortable with staff and put something?
yes, absolutely. I would staff provide a plan. I guess through the heritage committee on the best, not the best venue for approaching the task. Yeah, they're the ones that are doing the work, so ask them to do the actual. How do you guys propose to do it? They would have a handle of which ones are easy to sort out, which ones are more difficult.
So really,
Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of concerns over this, and like Councilor Sapos has said, like we have a lot of history in this township, a lot of historical buildings, and a volunteer group helping us, you know, kind of keep it all in check and manage it. So to ask a volunteer group to take on this is a really big thing. So I support, yeah, having staff kind of give us a little bit of help with that, moving ahead and having some comments. When is this one? Yeah. That's a tight turnaround for some comments, but
I don't think we'll get the
No. No.
well, we already made comments on our concerns with the Heritage Act. I think Councilor Bowman was here.
Yeah, so I think also really, I think we want the heritage committee to tell us how to.
Yeah.
Best approach.
Yeah.
Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, 2 brief points. I think that the first one, I think it's maybe an opportunity to ask for an extension in terms of comments. I think that may be a request, whether it falls on deaf ears or not. I think it's important to ask. And, I think that the reason you have heritage designations are for the significant purpose of the property. And I think that the difficulty with some of this pending legislation is it muddles that process thoroughly. And I think having a very clear understanding where we go from here in terms of making sure that those heritage properties that are truly deemed significant are going through the right process, but it doesn't get jammed up in an administrative process. So I'm very supportive of having staff look at this and advise an appropriate path forward.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. There's just so many things that are wrong about it. Designating a building, it's gonna take time and research and, you know, this township, and I would argue probably any township doesn't have the resources or the funding to do that work. So, I definitely think we're going to require some, you know, qualified heritage professionals to help us do that, but as you say, like, even with that, there's no way they'll be able to do all of that in 2 years, so, I agree with asking for an extension for the comments, but that may not be granted, and in the meantime, given that the comment period does close on the 9th, which is in 2 days, 3 days. Maybe just that's something to comment, is that we should comment. That's for some kind of phase in period. And that 2-year timeframe be extended to allow municipalities to put the proper time and research to establish whether they should.
I have an idea. So when we do zoning bylaws, people that were operating under the previous zoning bylaw continue to be permitted to do that, correct? So if we change the zoning, it's what's the terminology? Legal, non-conforming, right? So on a similar process, maybe we should be asking the province that, okay, any new properties that we add to the identified list fall under your set of rules. But since we've gone through this process already for these other properties, they should still be applicable to the previous. That would save our heritage and then hopefully alleviate for the province the concerns of whatever they're trying to deal with this heritage designation for future properties. What are your thoughts on that?
I like the concept of a grandfathering clause, to some degree. I think if that could get awarded, that would alleviate a lot of the time strain.
Because, you know, the province could state that they just couldn't all of a sudden create a list tomorrow and add a bunch of properties. They already had to have gone through a process. They're there, so you're not going to try to just, you know, artificially inflate the list. It's what you have now, like it's grandfathered. Only moving forward. Is there anybody?
Yeah, I like that idea. There was a lot of work after that, like establishing the list that we have, so. You know, yeah, I hear what you're saying, any new additions to the register. Yeah, I mean, okay, so be it, but. To just throw away all that work that's already been done, because just because we just can't get to it. It just.
Councilor Spillis, do you have any ideas for a resolution for?
Sure, well, I'll continue with asking for extension. And I can say if this is not possible, we request that current properties that are on our township register be given, be grandfathered in, and any new designations or any new proposed historical buildings abide by the new proposed changes.
Make the second.
Councilor Hurston, second that resolution. She's gonna type it up. I'll have her read what she has typed once.
Just a procedural question, Mr. Chair. I've captured all of these, everything into one resolution, the initial resolution that's on the floor. Would you like to separate them out or just kind of keep them?
You're comfortable keeping them together. I'm comfortable.
Sorry, it's a lengthy resolution because I've used quite a few comments coming from Councilor Spillis's consent item and then added some that we're talking about. So maybe we can take a look on the screen, see what you're intending.
Should we make reference to our previous comments on Bill 23 with this submission? Just to make sure they don't overlook it and consider the minimums.
So we're receiving consent agenda item 6.31. And perhaps we could make that comment here, whereas council remains significantly concerned with the legislative changes in Bill 23. In addition to comments previously submitted. Right.
Underneath, but addition, following addition, just to really hammer home the second sentence. Therefore, the city council says the following additional,
Following additional
just want to make sure they know that there's.
formal comments to the various ERO postings. So I've listed Councillor Poulis's with just a few changes since they're no longer proposed comments. So just listing the first ERO posting regarding amendments to the OLT Act. Specifically with regards to this following statements. So these are right out of the consent item. And then the Township of Quislingh comments. The Township of Quislingh asked that the draft rules be provided when costs would be awarded to the losing party. The next is related to the Planning and Development Charges Act, and then specifically with regards to the statements that were outlined in the consent item. And we have a proposed comment here, which we can say.
You will read it. I'm not sure, so that's why. I
Would
asked.
you like me to read it out loud? Okay,
You don't have to.
I think we should go through. Just
go through it all once. Okay,
one thing I would suggest is when you at the top, we list the ERO numbers specifically.
we can do that too. Yeah. Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay.
My eyes are watering.
Okay, so we can go back. So again, receiving the motion, whereas council remains significantly concerned with the legislative changes in Bill 23, in addition to comments previously submitted by the Township of Quislingh Council. Council resolves as follows. Therefore, Quislingh Council submits the following additional formal comments to the various ERO postings, proposed amendments to the Ontario Land Tribunal Act, specifically with regard to the statement. Clarify the OLT's powers to order an unsuccessful party to pay a successful party's costs. This proposed amendment is intended to encourage parties to reach an agreement without going through the tribunal. If the OLT decides to award costs would be ordered in accordance with its rules of practice and procedure, which can address when costs for a successful party may be awarded. And the proposed amendments to the OLTA that would 3, clarify the OLT's powers to dismiss appeals due to unreasonable delay by parties, and 4, clarify the OLT's powers to order an unsuccessful party to pay a successful party's costs may affect regulated entities such as developers of municipalities to the extent that the powers are used by the OLT. However, as the OLT has adjudicative discretion to exercise its powers, the potential impact of this proposal is unknown. The Township of Quislingh comment, the Township of Quislingh asked that the draft rules be provided when costs would be awarded to the losing party. And proposed Planning Act and Development Charges Act 1997 changes, providing greater cost certainty for municipal development related charges, specifically with regard to the statements. build transparency and other measures to support the faster acquisition of more parks to build more transparency and accountability on planning. 4, and acquiring parks, municipalities will be required to develop a parks plan before passing parkland dedication bylaw. Currently, this is a requirement before a municipality can adopt the official plan policies required to use the alternative parkland dedication rate for higher density developments. Now, this requirement is extended to municipalities that plan to use the standard parkland dedication rate. This rate requires that the maximum land to be conveyed for park or other public recreation purposes not exceed 2% for development or redevelopment for commercial or industrial purposes and 5% for all other developments. The proposed change would apply to the passage of a new parkland bylaw. To incent municipalities to acquire parks more quickly, municipalities would be required to allocate or spend at least 60% of their parkland reserve balance at the start of each year. Township of Portland comment, the Township of Portland requests that our current bylaw and the Recreation and Parks Master Plan remain until such time as a revised Recreation and Parks Master Plan is completed. Furthermore, we request to be given relief from spending 60% of the parkland reserve. Being a small municipality, we have to build up our reserve before we can undertake any meaningful recreation and parkland improvements, specifically with regard to the statements. The proposed exemption for nonprofit housing development would come into effect immediately upon royal assent of Bill 23. Similarly, the proposed exemptions for affordable units in a development subject to inclusionary zoning would come into effect immediately. For all other developments, an affordable housing unit would be any unit that is no greater than 80% of the average resale purchase price for ownership of 80% of the average market rent or rental for a period of 25 years. A minister's Municipal Affairs and Housing Bulletin would provide the information needed to support municipal determination of the eligibility of a unit for development charges and parkland dedication exemptions. Township of Portland comment. The Township of Portland suggests that an upper dollar threshold be the definition of affordable housing. The average price for a 3-bedroom home in Portland is around $950,000. And by the current definition, above any home under $760,000 is considered affordable and therefore exempt from DCs and parkland dedication. And proposed changes to the Ontario Heritage Act and its regulations, Bill 23, the proposed More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, specifically with regard to the statement. And I don't think we included statements, but I think it was the proposed changes would jeopardize retaining heritage buildings. The Township of Portland had serious concerns with the proposed changes as well, as they will cause the loss of historical significant buildings. Given the time constraints for submitting fulsome comments, the Township of Portland requests that an extension of time be granted in order to provide more detailed comments. And in the event that an exemption is not possible, that current properties on the register be grandfathered, and that any new proposed addition to the register adhere to the new legislative changes. And that council directs staff to review and follow up regarding the residential land supply statements included in the ER posting of 19-6177 regarding review of a place to grow a provincial policy statement prior to the December 30th, 2022 deadline for comments.
Thank you. You need a drink of water? Okay, I really appreciate you doing this, Karen. It was a lot of information. I'd hate to not read it out, and I think you captured it well. So, any concerns there, Councillor Bailey?
That sounds great. Thank you to Councillor Silas.
Yes. Councillor Hurst?
I'm good with it.
Swear.
Thank you. The only thing though that I didn't maybe this is a separate resolution is the heritage committee reporting back on the how did that proceed?
Well, the only concern I have with having the Heritage Committee, this is our formal comments to the province, so
Maybe.
I'll come back to you. We need a proposal resolution. Are you comfortable with that?
The only question I got is the register. We have a Portland register and there's an Ontario register. So do we not want to differentiate the registers? In other words, it's on our register that we're concerned about. But I don't think we have anything on the provincial register.
That's just a bit. You know, the courthouse is on the national list. You never know. Thanks. most of our comments are based on our industry, right?
Yeah.
And you're gonna add the ERO numbers?
I will.
Do you have a mover and a second, Chris?
I have, on the motion, it was moved by Counselor Spillis, seconded by Counselor Hurst.
All right, last kick of the can. Comments? You're good? All in favor? Carried. Right. Now, we'll give you a couple of minutes. You're good? Okay, let's move on to delegates. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Oh, Councillor Goyda, we'll just do that very quickly. Councillor Goyda? Resolution.
I may need a little help with this. I believe the intent is to have the Heritage Committee report back, let's proceed with the changes in Bill 23. But I believe we also are looking for some kind of costing estimate if there is a professional consultant required. I'm not sure if the cost of her should be staff do that or the Heritage Committee.
I would suggest referring it to staff to engage the Heritage Committee to look at our a list,
Register.
our Heritage Register. And you understand, staff understand that for costing, and they'll come back with a few options. It doesn't have to be too, I don't feel that's been too
So that
detailed.
council request that staff engage the Heritage Committee to report back on how to best proceed with the changes to the registry in regards to Milton.
You're moving that. Can I get a second? on that? Schools, comments, Councillor Bailey? Ms. Hurst?
No comments.
That's great. Mr. Buddy, want to speak to yourself? Councillor Schools? Okay, all in favor? All right, now, we're on stuff. That's right. The thing I wrote down here is that Promise is making the OLT our planner. And the OLT does not take into account local concerns. They have to make decisions based on the provincial policy statement. So what's going to happen is they're going to be making our planning decisions for us and then charging us.
Let's see. Individual register.
Jesse, if you would like, you can move your delegate sign. You have to go back to this table though. Just the recorder.
Oh,
Does it work that way?
no, but I have to.
Okay, fine. You can go there. We don't have anybody coming in person. If somebody shows up and we, are you comfortable with that? Pretty sure. Speak to something and you put, I wanna in the article, so I have an interest in having my voice recorded.
I'm not trying to screw anybody over.
My nasally high pitched voice. Very good.
Staff is following up to see if they're still attending, so
Carry on. We have some time commitments. Sorry. We're going to 3-1, is that the intent? New agenda?
Then I think I think we're getting feedback because you're logged in on Zoom. Like, I think though that you're on the Zoom, rather than being here in person.
So Smith Sands report. Yes, these ones here. She. Split funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this report, 2022-068 is related to the township committees and boards for the upcoming term. For 2022 to 2026. So there's a few things that we're looking for. Direction from council. We are looking to establish an additional advisory committee, being the youth advisory committee for the municipality. As well as looking to update the terms of reference for the various committees that we have, just to implement best practices as well as consistency just across the committees. So those are attached to the report for review. In addition, we're looking for appointments to the various committees, so our township committees, as well as the external committees that we have. So we do have a chart listed in the report that we're hoping to just fill out so that we can have those appointments and then move forward with advertising for the citizen membership. And finally, this report looks at our conservation appointments to the various conservation authority boards. So we're looking for direction from council as to whether we should advertise for those positions, appoint the individuals, both current appointees are seeking reappointment to both Hamilton and Halton. So looking for some direction from council on that. And finally, I suppose we're looking for direction from council to the Source Water Protection Committee nomination. Councillor Sepoulos currently sits on that and has expressed interest in seeking that reappointment. So we'd be looking for a resolution from council nominating Councillor Sepoulos as well.
I just want to speak to the conservation authorities first. I want to suggest placing me on there. This is the report. It speaks of if we don't get the exemptions, we have to have elected officials. So I would suggest putting me as that person. So, and then we also today have to decide an alternate for the mayor for the county level. So then that person can also fill in the conservation authority if I'm not able to make that commitment. Because I feel that the councilors, there's quite a few committees here and maybe pretty busy. So if you're comfortable with that, I think, and I'm not saying I'm not supportive of, I like having the citizen appointees. So I'm supportive of them. It's just that if the province doesn't grant us the exemption, then I would do those two boards respectively. So what do you want? Do you want me to go through each of these? I might as well. Or-
Did you want me to share my screen and like this is what it
Oh, I-
would look like, or how would
Sure.
you prefer?
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
have that. Have the list. There's one individual per committee, right?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we did get a little bit of feedback from members of council as to their preferences here. It's not completed, but there is a bit here. Staff asked for some information, just some feedback about first and second choices, and that's on the screen there, just as a starting point.
Anybody want to do heritage? Or find the time? Let's think of it, yeah. What does it mean?
I'm intrigued with it because of it's such an important piece right now. If no other counselors are are, it's their first choice. I'm happy to participate.
I don't see anyone else there. So
Support Russell.
we have to vote on this, or can this just be gentlemen?
And it'll be a resolution.
Rec committee, Councillor Boyd has been there for over 4 years. I see Councillor Bailey. So let's go to source water. So Councillor Schools one source water in, correct?
Nominate.
So I don't believe anybody else with source water. No, okay. You're in. What other ones do we have that are just individuals?
Yeah.
I'm supportive of that. Is the rest of council supportive of John staying at PDAC?
Yes.
It's a good spot. Most of the continuity there for sure. That one. Any adjustment, yeah. Friends of Mill Creek, we have Councilor Goida and Schools. So do you guys want to barter on rec versus Mill Creek?
Well, no, I don't want that.
Well, one is an advisory.
Yeah, like, we've been asked to pick first and second on committees, and first and second on the other stuff.
Are you okay with Councilor Goida staying on rec?
Absolutely, yeah. Otherwise, I think you know.
And then Councilor Bailey, what did you have for the one choices? The youth committee, that was volunteer.
No,
Well, for them, I guess, sorry. Are you comfortable doing the youth committee and letting Councilor go
I
ahead?
am super excited
Yeah, nice.
about this youth committee. I would be happy to put my name in for that.
Nice. I would look forward to having them come and present to us. I think that would be interesting, especially if they got all nervous. All right, emergency management alternate to the mayor. Councilor Goida could probably speak to the commitment level to that. I mean, we have 3-4 meetings.
It's not a huge commitment, but it is, there are some like full day training.
Sessions. And it's easy until something goes south.
Yeah.
It's easy till it's not. Yeah, it's easy till it's not, but it's interesting because you do some scenarios with the OPP and the county and so I don't know if anybody else is interested, but you're interested in seeing. You put this one, yeah. So. These are the external committees. Councilor Boyd, schools,
Well, I think I'll support it with their.
for the Mill Creek. Essentially Conservation Association. Anybody interested? How do we become, I should back up, how do we decide which external groups we want representation on? Other than through the procedural bylaw?
Just historically what's been in place.
Is there any criteria?
Well, I'll put some slate conservation for, it's asked us always for somebody on it.
Yeah, I mean, I currently sit on it. I'm happy to keep going unless someone else would like to have that experience and get to know the folks over there. But I'm happy to keep going. I didn't know council first wanted an external committee.
Still time.
I'm open to it. It's entirely, if Councilor Bailey has another committee she feels maybe is a better fit for her, I'm fine taking her place, but it's entirely at her discretion if she'd like to transition on.
You're doing safe communities as well.
Yeah, and I really I would like to
Stay there.
continue with
You
that. for
you
sure.
started that committee.
Yeah,
So
I
maybe,
started it.
maybe Councilor Hurst will put you in as a placeholder on essentially for now.
We could- yeah. Or can it be sort of a combined?
I don't see why not. I mean, it could be any one of us. Go. If you can't make it, just make a phone call and ask somebody else to go.
Yeah.
That's all right. Wellhead protection, that kind of goes with your source water. Put Hurst in for the farm, because he's the only farm guy here.
Oh, there you go. So
See how easy that is? Well, now you have three too. You have-
Yeah.
Oh, no, home state, sorry. Which one?
Well, now council first has two external.
So do you, right? Or
Not if I don't do the Pleasant Lake one.
it's still,
The youth committee meets and
That's
10
true.
times a year.
Yeah, that's true.
That can be great.
and any of the external, if you're not able to make the commitment, just put out an email and see if somebody else can substitute, and if not, it's not the end of the world. So that's all except for the two that I mentioned. Is council comfortable with what I recommended that, well, let's have the discussion, so,
Yeah.
are we gonna post the, citizen appointment positions? Sure.
Well, I just wanted to let council know, I did speak to Mr. Steve Gilmore last night on the phone, and he is very interested in, you know, staying on with health and conservation. He's actually recently retired, so he has even more time to commit, and he's very keen to stay on it. So I know that we've got that dedication from him.
But is it proper to post the position, take applications and then review them against? I just think it's more, for the fairness to the community and other people that are interested, it should at least be posted.
Yeah, I think we're in a transition year this year, so we can look at it again next year. Like right now, we're in a transition year. We got new council, we got new everything. I think we should keep some sort of continuity, and then once we got a year under the belt, we can visit it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great if we put it out to the public and then Steve Gilmore didn't apply, we bring somebody new in, and the province says you're not granted your exception. That would just get messy.
Yeah.
So if we just keep it status quo for this year. And
And
go ahead.
there's a lot of change happening with conservation authority right now. It would be nice to try to keep something consistent.
I would like to transition to asking the public for interest, and then it doesn't mean we're not gonna give it to the person or either. Right?
Yeah.
So, comments, Councilor Hurst?
I'm supportive. I think I had Susan Fielding and reached out to me, expressed her interest for the Hamilton group. I think there's a degree of, there's continuity that's very important, and especially it's a lot of change, as Councilor Sapulus noted. So I think aspirationally, public seeking the public's feedback, I think brings in a more robust group longer term. If we're fully ready for that right now, maybe not, but that's probably something that in the next cycle would be, I would be supportive. Councilor Gordon.
So, we're gonna keep our citizen appointees and, how about a council alternate? Councilor Juan, are you comfortable just putting my name in there as a placeholder? Is that attention from us? Thanks.
I do. I was just looking for clarification. I know Susan Fielding had mentioned that the Hamilton Conservation Area preferred to have someone living in the watershed on the committee. So I didn't know how that worked.
I don't live in the watershed, but my family owns property within the watershed.
Okay.
That's like.
And then I just had a question. Is it a 4-year term that we're looking at, or can we muddy waters and change it up in 2?
You don't like me on the Conservation Authority is what I'm catching.
Just then we're over our transition,
Yeah.
right? I'm thinking 2 years is our transition term. Is it a set 4-year term for the appointee, or?
Well, it's to the province. We had that exemption for Hamilton and it was 22 to 26.
Right.
There's nothing written. I don't believe there's anything written in stone that says they have to give us the full term. They could say for 2 until we get a response from them who truly knows. The previous term of council, there was we saw the value, I'm not saying it's not the same here, but we saw the value in citizen appointees to that board. And that's why we asked for the exemption, because they bring different perspectives at governance levels. So that's what we're hoping to still attain. So, those are good.
Reduce your workload, I understand. Council Bailey lives in the Alpha watershed, she might be. an alternative.
The only reason why, not the only reason, but I was putting my name forward as the alternate because you don't see my name on any of those other committees and ex officio anyways, but I was just trying to take
Your
some
name
name.
at the crown building.
Yeah. So I was just trying to take some of the load off. But,
I think you got enough.
So you're suggesting. Councillor, go ahead.
I'm suggesting she could be our woodland for the alternate.
I'm easy, sure. I'm not gonna argue. She doesn't want me there anyway, so. Are you
I
comfortable?
would be happy. Yeah, sure.
Councillor Hirsch, comfortable then? We're gonna split the duties, or go ahead. Sure.
I'm good with that.
Is there anything else from administrations?
I just have a clarification question. We could note in our resolution that, the board appointment is for a period of 1 year versus for the full term, if council does want to see that back in a year's time.
I would like it to mirror whatever the province permits us. Personally. They give us the term, they give us the term. And then Docs, Councillor Bailey.
Mhm. Yeah, I just wasn't sure what Councillor Secoulis was thinking in terms of transition.
What I was thinking is that, if we're asking 4 years for the term for a citizen committee, but I would think we could be able to say after 1 year, we could appoint somebody else to that, another citizen to that.
Oh,
That's the point I was making. This year is a transition year. Keep everything status quo. And then, next year, we asked, the floor open to, consider.
I think we should revisit it and have the discussion at a later meeting, but if you appoint a new, and again, I don't have any concerns with Stephen Gilmore or Susan Fielding, wonderful people who do a wonderful job. But if all of a sudden we get into this habit of replacing somebody every year, they're never gonna get.
Oh, no, I'm talking for the next 3 years.
Oh, okay, so for the full 3 years after.
Exactly.
Okay.
But right now, this transition. That's the
Yeah.
point I'm trying to-
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, reviewing it. You know, next year for the remainder of the term.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's yours.
I'm supporting.
And the last thing we need to, that I recall, we need to decide on the alternate for the mayor at the county level. So the last term was Councillor Palmer, who was my alternates. Is there any interest?
Going by age.
If we're going by looks, who is it? Better say a girl. Or you could- the council, like council schools, the veteran member at the fortune. Sir. Yeah. We have to pass a resolution for that.
I do have that. Here, I can do it separately so that the county can get that separately. Sure. Did you want to look at?
Like this too?
Just the one on the table now, I guess, with this, and then we can do that one. after.
Yep, please.
And sorry, Counselor Hurst, or was it Counselor Secoulis?
For alternate,
Yes.
Hurst.
Hurst.
No, it was,
Okay.
Don't regret it.
I think he was sweating.
Did you want me to read the resolution for the receiving the report and the appointment?
So everybody's comfortable.
So we're also passing the 2 bylaws within the same resolution to establish the youth advisory committee and also establish the terms of reference for all of the committees. And then the reappointment to the Conservation Authority Board for the period of 1 year, Councillor Bailey as an alternate in the event that the Minister of Exemption is not approved. we saw the chart for the appointments to the various committees.
I'm the alternate for Hamilton. If they're the province trustee. Well, they already have,
We already have.
so it doesn't matter. So 26.
And that council nominee, Councillor Jones Bliss, the source protection committee for the 2022 to 2026 term. It's all in that one resolution that's on the table.
And it's been moved.
I have Councillor Seboulis and Councillor Bailey.
Still good. All right. Any final comments? So I would suggest reviewing the chart for the committees in the minutes for the next meeting. If there is a slight error, we can always adjust it through that. Good. All in favor? Right, that's carried.
There's a question, when will you be putting forward the advertising for the various?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have those advertisements ready to go. We were just waiting on the meeting here today, so they will likely be posted today.
Then we have, comment.
Yeah, I just had a comment about the youth advisory group. I just wanted to say thanks to staff for bringing it forward. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for the community. I know OPP recently had created their own youth advisory group because they see the importance of youth, creating an impact in the community. And I just think it's a great way for local youth to provide input on our local issues and be able to use this platform to bring them forward. So thanks to staff.
And we have a resolution for the mayor alternate.
Be it resolved that council hereby appoints Councillor Seboulis as the alternate member to the upper tier for the 2022 to 2026 term of council.
You gotta move for that. Councillor Goyda, second by Councillor Bailey, all in favor? Here, congratulations. Did you know? This works out, because I got chair of planning and you're PDAC. You're just gonna slide right in there. when I'm sick. Yeah. Forgot about it. All right, the next part, sorry. Sure.
So the delegation has requested a deferral till the December 21st council meeting. So just for procedure, the council defer the delegation by Ryan Deska, Director, Community Engagement and Development, to provide council with an update on projects underway in the County of Wellington by Habitat for Humanity to the December 21st, 2022 council meeting.
And move it, please. Councillor Hurst, seconded by Councillor Bliss, all in favor? Carried. Right. One, two. Mr. Schwendiger. EDM 2021-067.
Yeah, fairly straightforward, just the same request that went in regarding Hamilton. This is to request the same thing, exemption from the province for all conservation.
Want to read that resolution, please, Mr.
That report ADM 2022-067 regarding the application for exemptions under the Conservation Authorities Act be received. And whereas some specific provisions in the Conservation Authorities Act were recently proclaimed to initiate changes to conservation authority and governance. And whereas the future citizen appointments to the Halton Conservation Authority Board of Directors will be impacted by the requirement to have 70% of board members to be elected officials unless Halton Conservation Authority's participating municipalities apply to the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks requesting an exemption. And whereas the requirements for 70% elected officials to the Halton Board specifically impacts the township of Portland, as this would require our one representative to be an elected official only, removing the option to appoint a citizen. Therefore, be it resolved that council endorse maintaining a complement of elected officials and citizen appointments from the participating municipalities to the Halton Conservation Authority Board of Directors, as it recognizes the valuable contributions of citizens, representatives, and the limited time councillors have to sit on additional boards and committees. And that the township of Portslade make application to the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks to request exemption to have the option of 0% of board members to be elected official appointments on the Halton Conservation Authority Board and retain the option of appointing either a citizen or an elected official.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Bailey, second by Councilor Wills. Any comments? Councilor Bailey?
No comments, just a question. Is this something that needs to be done each year? Is this for the term?
It's based on the information we have in the province today, it's for the term. And you have to request them for each term. It's not, this is going on forever. And so each term you'll have to request this. That's as of the instructions we have at this moment.
No comment. Councilor Hurst? Councilor Goyda? Councilor Wills? Clerk is informing me that it has to be a recorded vote, so I will just call you by name and just say your position and then not your councilor position, which way you're voting. So she'll record it. Councilor Bailey?
In favor?
Councilor Hurst?
In favor.
Councilor Goyda?
Favor.
Councilor Wills?
In favor.
All right. I believe we're going to finance 2022-033.
Hello, council.
Ms. Whitebox, a couple seconds to catch up. I moved on too quick. All right, there you go. This is Sam. The floor is yours.
So this is just our annual municipal insurance renewal, and there's some information in the report for options for council to consider as it relates to the deductible, because we are seeing a significant increase in the amount quoted for the 2022 renewal. I'm sorry, the 2023 renewal. There's some options for council's consideration within the report, and Declan Frail is also here from Marsh, should council have any questions about the 2023 renewal.
All right. And I have to read the resolutions. Table.
The report FIN 2022-033 entitled 2023 municipal insurance renewal be received, and the council authorized the renewal of the municipal insurance coverage and services contract to Marsh Canada Limited for the policy term January 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2024, as outlined in the insurance proposal attached as Schedule A to this report.
Can you move that, please? Councilor Wills, seconder. Mr. Hurst. All right. Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. I think this might be a combined, a question for the representative from Marsh and for Mary, but I just, an overarching sort of question I have is, wondering if we could speak to how risk management features might affect the insurance policy, and if there's any specific sort of Portslade Township implementation that's helping keep the cost down, or if there's something on the horizon that we can be looking into to help. And in terms of my examples, I put in any cyber safety, staff training, certification, climate action plans, anything like that that we're proactively doing to help reduce our insurance costs.
Sam or?
Yeah, if we can just move over Declan from Marsh, that would be great. And then I guess we can provide further information just as it relates to the township.
Well, Declan, did you hear the question from Councillor Bailey?
Sorry, I was joining as a panelist there, and I think yes, Councillor Bailey's question. I did hear about the, how risk management improvements can potentially have an influence on insurance premiums in the future. I think that any sort of risk management initiatives can help, but I really feel, unfortunately these days in insurance we're subject to market forces, and you know, municipality like Puslinch, which had a very large claim in 2014 of $2.2 million, has really affected, you know, the insurance renewals for the future. And another large claims that municipalities are having elsewhere is affecting, you know, overall premiums in municipalities. So as it does, absolutely, it does help. It certainly helps our arguments to try and maintain lower insurance premiums. But I think there's overall market forces out there that make it very challenging these days. There's very few insurers that want to insure municipalities. So, you know, unlike, you know, if you get insurance for your car, you can go out and get 10 options out there. We pretty much have one option. And, you know, our competitors have one option as well. And the reason for that really is that, you know, it's a challenging market. Like insurance market has been very, very difficult the last few years. You know, with rising prices across every insurance policy. And, you know, we were challenged with this insurance renewal. Like we've tried to take steps to sort of ease the pain over the next few years. And you know, we've sort of put some options as far as deductibles, as far as increasing premiums over longer periods of time. But unfortunately, you know, we've gone back to the insurers many times on this, and they're set on that they believe the insurance premium should be a certain level within a certain few years. And that's what we're left with. I hope that in 2024, that when insurers are now looking at 10-year loss runs. So in 2024, the large loss, I would hope would be, you know, erased from the loss run, which I think may help us, but it's no guarantee. But going back to your original point, yes, all those initiatives do help, and certainly should be promoted across the community.
Yeah. And then I guess a question for Mary is there anything on the horizon, any new projects or large assets that will impact the insurance over the next either year or over the next 3 years? And then is the policy flexible?
Sorry, I'm not aware of any specific projects that would impact the insurance. We do go through renewal, like an extensive renewal process on an annual basis, and we provide Marsh with all of the changes in our assets, any new assets that we've purchased, as well as any changes to our operations. I know we did that this year as well in order to have Marsh work with the liability insurance insurance policy, to hopefully get the quote down a little bit more. And so as you'll see in the report, staff did work with Marsh to get a revised quote, and that's what's been noted in the report as well. So it is a pretty extensive process on an annual basis.
Thank you.
Councillor Hurst.
I can empathize with the difficulty in securing insurance. I see that on a business level. So I think it's a difficult time right now. So I have full confidence that staff's doing what they can to get the best coverage as well as cost as we can. So no further comments.
Councillor Goyda.
In terms of questions, I guess I really have one question. So there's a chart in the report that shows that there's a phase in of the primary liability over a 3-year period to try and ease the burden of the increase. I'm just wondering, does that oblige the township to remain with Marsh for the next 3 years, or is there still, do we still have the ability to go to tender and needed next year or the year out?
Yeah, if I can answer that, Mary, feel free to jump in. No, there's no obligation whatsoever for you to remain with Marsh. And we specifically made sure that that was the case with the insurer, because at the end of the day, we were just trying to do whatever we could to ease the burden of the increased premium over the years. But you can go to tender, anytime that you feel you need to do so. So yeah, there's no obligation whatsoever.
And then I do have a question, and I think this would probably be for our director of finance. there's a recommendation in the report that if we go to a, well, whatever deductible we decide to proceed with, that the amount of that deductible be a contribution to our contingency reserve. And I'm just wondering if we did decide to go with a $50,000 deductible, but only contribute $25,000 to the contingency.
That is definitely, oh, sorry, Councilor Boyda. I should have provided that option in the report, but that's definitely an excellent option as well.
Spose?
Yes, crunching the numbers, if you apply the recommended, contribution to the reserve, the 25K deductible, it works out economically better for us. It's roughly, got the numbers, I think it's $11,000 less expensive. But as Councilor Gord is suggesting, if we apply only 25,000 on the 50,000, then it swings the other way. In other words, it's more advantageous. So my question is, does it make sense to, on a $50,000 deductible, only contribute 25,000 from a risk point of view? This is a question for a CEO or Mary. I really don't have.
So I do. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Glenn.
And I was just gonna defer to you, this is your,
Sorry, I missed that.
go ahead, you can answer.
Okay, sounds good. So based on the current balance in the reserve of about 94,000, I think it would be fair to have it at 25,000, and we could look at the balance in the reserve on an annual basis through the budget process to determine if it should be increased.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a question. So if we have claims under $50,000, so if my question is, if a claim costs the insurer 50,000, how much does that affect our insurance premium? So what I'm trying to find is the happy number for a deductible, because what you want to do, in my mind, is the deductible's intent is to keep claims off your claim history. And so is 50,000 the magic number, or is 25,000 the magic number that you want to pay out claims to use your deductible and your loss?
You know, I think in your particular case, the way I saw it was that your frequency of claims is so low. You know, you're averaging, you know, one claim a year or one claim every few years. So if your frequency was high, if you're getting a lot of claims, you know, then choosing a higher deductible can be difficult because you have to finance that number under the deductible. But I think given the fact you have so few claims, relatively speaking, unfortunately, yes, you had one very, very large claim, but you have so relatively few claims that I think in your case that a 50K deductible is just a better way to go. Yes, you always run the risk that you could have a very bad year and, you know, a number of claims could happen in 1 year. But if you look at your history over the last 10 years, that hasn't been the case.
I have one follow-up question. I don't want to get fixated on the fact that large claim is going to fall off our record, because it's my understanding they're saying in a 10-year window. So then does it take 11 years for that 10-year claim to drop off when they do their review?
You know, I think the claim originally happened in early 2000. I can't remember again, Mary, maybe you have the rest.
Yeah, so it was in July 2014. So we received confirmation that it would be off of our 10-year loss by July 2024.
So then our review or RFP for insurance should go out after July 2024, not at the budget process.
Right.
So does that complicate things for canceling midterm with Marsh, or do we have to finish that fiscal year with our provider in 24?
We would issue the RFP after the July date where that claim comes off, do our evaluation and have it take effect for January 1st, 2025. Yeah, that's a good time frame to do that.
Okay. Okay, so, Mrs. Sam, what you need to, from us is whether we want a 25 or a 50K, deductible.
Yes,
And-
because currently the council resolution includes the insurance proposal at the 25K deductible amount.
And then as well, direction on how much to contribute to the deductible reserve, whatever the term is for it, correct?
That would be great.
Counselors, so those are the two questions, 25 or 50K deductible, and how much to contribute to the reserve. From an opinion, yeah.
I think I heard, Declan recommend the 50K deductible and then maybe putting 25 to the reserve.
Okay, Counselor Hurst,
I'm supportive of the exact same.
and Counselor Goida.
Yeah, I think coming in today, I was leaning towards $25,000 deductible based on what I've heard from our director of finance and the insurer. I would agree that $50,000 deductible and then 25,000 number contribution.
Schools, I agree. Okay. Right. And she's just. We already had a mover to second, I believe, it's just that we added some details, so. We're gonna move something.
Counselor Secoulis moved, Counselor Hurst second.
You wanna read it?
I may need a little bit of help from our director of finance on the wording here to make sure it's how she'd like, but I've captured the $50,000 deductible and the authorization for $25,000 contribution to the reserve.
Yes,
You're comfortable with how she worded that, Mrs. Sand?
sorry, I don't see the wording, but it just based on what Ms. White Fox has said, it should be fine.
Just gonna share a screen here momentarily.
Okay, thank you. Declan, if you could just let me know, that council authorized a 50,000 deductible for the primary liability policy. Is that
Correct.
the correct wording?
Yep.
Okay. And that council authorized $25,000 contribution to the insurance insurance, just so it's clear which reserve,
Contingency.
discretionary reserve. Thank you.
Great, we had that moved by Councilor Spoulos. Seconded by Councilor Person, you feel comfortable with that still? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Right. Proposed capital budget. This is Sam. This is your report. I would like to go down to the base budget items in the report and deal with them individually first, if that's okay.
Yes, that works.
I will go to you for a quick summary on your report for the indulgence of the member in the gallery and the public, and then we'll move to those those base budget increase.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll make sure that it's quick because this has been on the agenda package for a week, so basically, this is the proposed capital budget and forecast. There's a section in the report that discusses the projects that are proposed to be capital tax levy funded. I'm actually on page 333 of 504 of the agenda package, if that helps council. So you'll notice on page 333 that the total proposed capital tax levy funding is $1,500,000. That's being proposed. Last year it was 1.5 million, so it's a proposed increase of 39.9 thousand. So there's some information on page 333 regarding Frisbee golf and staff's recommendation surrounding that. There's some information about fleet and the increases in costing associated with both public works fleet and fire and rescue services fleet. Just so everyone is aware, those increased costing have been incorporated in the capital budget and forecast, and that's in accordance with clause 6H of the development control policy. There's some information within the report regarding the pump 31 truck and tanker 37 truck replacement, and some recommendations from the fire chief surrounding that. There's information in the report, electronic sign at the Puslinch Community Center, and staff's direction related to this item, as it wasn't included in previous versions of the capital budget and forecast. So on page 337, there's information regarding our discretionary reserve contributions since 2013 and what's recommended to be contributed to our capital discretionary reserves in 2023. As you'll see, there's an increase in that as well. And the majority of the increase relates to the aggregate levy. We're phasing in more of the aggregate levy from the Public Works operating budget to the Public Works capital project in accordance with council's direction in the past. Page 338 of the report includes the asset management discretionary reserve and the projected forecast over the 10-year period in that reserve. Again, this is an estimate. It's based on the current capital budget and forecast and what it currently looks like. Also, it may change slightly as we get more invoices for our capital projects that we're working on this year. But this is a pretty good realistic estimate of what the balance will be over the 10 years. The next page got gravel road improvement discretionary reserve and the projected balance as of the end of the year. There aren't currently any capital projects noted to be utilizing this funding for 2023. And the capital budget and forecast includes a contribution to this reserve from 2023 to 2032 in accordance with last year's budget bylaw that was approved by council. The amount is $207,800 each year. The surplus, similar to previous years, we will provide council with a general status report on the surplus or deficit as of December 31st, based on the audit that's completed. It's currently underway with RLB. Based on current third quarter results, I do anticipate a surplus. The exact amount isn't known at this time. The cash in lieu of parkland reserve, just the contributions to the reserve over the last few years, including what the projected balance in this reserve is as of December 31st, 2023. We have ensured that any projects that can utilize the cash in lieu of parkland restricted reserves in Parks and Recreation are utilizing this reserve, especially including asset replacement projects as well. And this is in accordance with the legislative parameters associated with how this funding can be utilized. Development charges, page 341. There's some information in there regarding how much we've collected in development charges so far this year and previous years. And there's information regarding what the projected balances in each of our development charge service areas are as of December 31st, 2023, based on the current capital budget and forecast presented to you guys. Page 343 discusses grants. The capital budget and forecast includes the Canada Community Building Fund. This was previously known as the Federal Gas Tax Fund, but its funding for that program is incorporated in capital budget and forecast. The OCIF formula-based funding, we received notice last year that the OCIF is guaranteed for 5 years. So I've incorporated in our capital budget and forecast from 2023 to 2026, that funding for public works projects. As I previously indicated regarding the aggregate levy revenue, that's the amount that's being allocated to capital has increased from last year, and the amount that's proposed to be allocated to operating has decreased from last year. So the bottom of page 344 discusses how the capital budget and forecast is prepared, and similar to previous years, it includes a variety of items. It also includes the asset management plan, which is one of the significant factors in developing the capital budget and forecast. This year, one of the items that has been added relates to the 2021 stormwater management facility maintenance inspection. So you'll see some new projects as it relates to those inspections that were completed in 2021. So page 345 discusses the capital budget and forecast summary. So 2023 proposes at 4.9 million, 2022 was 4.5 million. And page 346 just discusses the 10-year plan over the last few years, and it's pretty in line. So department heads, once we started working on the 2023 budget, we added 2032 to the budget, and the average is 3.9 million this year. Last year it was at 3.8 million yearly and 4.1 million in 2021. So it's good to see that it's in line. So I don't have any other comments about the report.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sand. Great report, great budget. I'm pretty impressed that we have all these capital projects and equates to my math here, or less than 1% of a tax increase. So great job, you and your team. So I want to get into these base budget increases. They start on page 351, if that's correct. The first one is the fire and rescue. I don't believe the fire chief is attending today. So Mrs. Sam, would you be able to just walk council through this proposal, please?
Yeah, so I'm actually looking at the addendum council agenda package, and I'm at page 355 of 504. Hopefully everyone.
All those three. We'll just go by what the report is. So the fire and rescue report for the Starkville firefighting gear, please.
So this is just an annual item that the Fire and Rescue Services Department includes in their capital budget and forecast related 10 life cycle for the firefighter gear in accordance with NFPA 1851. And what's recommended to be replaced this year that's met its 10-year life cycle is one pair of firefighter gear. I'd welcome any questions.
My question would be, Mr. CAO, if this is regulated by NFPA standards and is budgeted through the asset management plan, and does council need to see these types of reports? We're kind of bound to do it, are we not?
We are. I would agree that maybe we could just simplify the process and just say the amount. We don't need to give the justification each year. You need to read that each year. It's an annual replacement. So that's.
Does council comments on that one? Councilor Bailey? Any concerns?
My concern is just looking at the cash flow. Like I picked up that we're at a spike in 2025. So asking about to be spread out just so that we don't have a big hit in the response we got back as we can. So this particular sheet here, if we can get away with, I'm comfortable looking at the schedules and see the 10-year forecast and looking at the spikes.
Who else is comfortable with that? Okay, so we're also comfortable approving this one.
I'm gonna suggest that we look at our 2025, reducing the spike, spreading it out.
Does that need to be captured in Mr. CAO?
Yeah, discussions with the fire chief about this. What we're trying to do as well is balance it out as much as we can, but we also have to go by the renewal date of the various pieces of gear. Right, so it might have been that time frame 10 years ago is when they purchased more, so we can't exceed that. So, but we'll do what we can to balance that out.
Yeah, I understand. So you theoretically can move some forward type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some back to try to balance it out. Try to get a big hit in 1 year.
Not to micromanage, but if we move some forward, so replace them earlier, then maybe we could utilize those ones that have some lifespan left as spare here for if people have a emergency scene, they gotta send their gear out. So that might be advantageous, but it's still gonna cost us money earlier. It's just I'm comfortable with that as well, so maybe we'll capture that in the resolution or.
Question on that. Is it not also dependent on recruiting, like when recruitments come in, when new come in, and we don't have that regularly, do we?
So that we do our best guess with the estimate, but there may be some fluctuations here and there, that's right, depending on recruitment or those types of things.
Right, and recruitment's not a regular process, it's an as needed.
Correct.
Kind of basis, so we may end up getting those spikes.
Yep.
Regardless of what we put in place.
I appreciate that, but this is, you're going from 8,000 to 38,000, that's a big spike.
That's 2 pieces of equipment extra, are they 10?
This is one.
Oh, there's 6.
I believe it's 13 pieces of equipment, but I do understand, Councillor Bailey, that likely there was probably a big recruitment when these were purchased in 2015.
I will make mention that in the urban centers, I believe we replace them every 5 years, so. That's quite an expensive undertaking. I have 2 sets of gear, so every 5 years I get a new one, and the other one goes as my spare, so it's very expensive. So we're doing okay. All right, do you have the captured or?
Sorry, if I could just get that just reiterated. So we're looking to approve the structural firefighter gear replacement request, but we're also looking for this. Does the council want to see this come back every year, or is it something?
I would like to see it simplified. And then you can speak to your one of the trying to spread out the.
Yeah, it will reduce the spike. I realize there's some need to replace it in a timely fashion, but certainly we can advance some money to spread out rather than have a big increase by 30,000 next year.
So what I'll suggest is that you give staff direction to report back on replacing structural firefighting gear early. Number of items or sets early, because that's how they're gonna spread out the spike.
Exactly.
So just report back on, you can bring us back 5, we'll do 5 early, and this is the cost and. You're gonna word that one better than I, so that's great. You can just say report back on the structural firefighter replacement schedule. And that would, and you guys will have the understanding that. We need to read that resolution out.
So through you, Mr. Chair, would you prefer that we just kind of capture it in one resolution and then review at the end and have it?
No. I was thinking of doing each day's budget.
The way I have it structured, and let me know if this is your thinking, that I've listed that council authorized the 2023 capital budget projects as follows. And then I'm just going by budget sheet as you go in numbering them, and
That's
then
fine.
there's a separate note.
Okay, yep. So let's just go review what we just agreed upon for this one budget sheet, but not approve it. We'll just should. This is one I hear.
So again, the council authorized following 2023 capital budget projects as follows, and the one that was just addressed was the replacement of structural firefighter gear, and the council directs staff to report back on the replacement schedule for the structural firefighter gear in future years.
Okay, so the next one is the community risk assessment. And I don't know, Mr. CAO, would you be better to speak to this, or Mrs. Sand?
I can try, and I know, Mary, you had some discussions with the fire chief about it as well, but I'll try to. As I understand, this risk assessment is a requirement now under legislation that we need to do this, and it forms a integral part of the fire master plan that the community is going to be undertaking and updating in the future as well. But this is a plan that's now required under legislation.
Comments, Councillor Bailey?
Nope, gotta do it.
Councilor Hurst.
Similar. yeah.
Just one comment, I see that there's a $10 tax levy in here. Is there any way that could be funded from more from the development charges? What I'm trying to do is reduce the tax levy, every $10, so make up 40%.
I defer to Mrs. San on that one.
So the amount in our administration studies development charge, there are a lot of development, like there are a lot of studies coming forward in the future. And also, as you may note, Bill 23 may not allow us to fund studies anymore. We are working with our DC consultant on that. Because one of Bill 23's implications are that studies aren't funded from development charges anymore. So the amounts that have been incorporated in the capital budget are based on either the development charges study or the current balance in the reserve over the forecast period. And so that's why that amount has been recommended.
Thank you.
Okay. So that one's supported. All right, the next one we're on to is corporate, and this is the computer equipment. So who would like to speak to that one?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So we're looking for 5 laptops to be replaced across the corporation. And this is including the building department. And we're looking at any laptop replacements that are at least 5 years of age. We are also continuing to investigate group purchasing opportunities with the Township of Center Wellington. And as a result, we've been able to get these laptops at a significantly lower rate, which is great news. And again, just in terms of the replacement and why it's required, of course, just making sure that the technology works the best it can, and also just some requirements that we have based on the age of the software and the programming on laptops. Sometimes they are required to get replaced because it's outdated and it's no longer supported for cybersecurity reasons and that sort of thing.
Councilor Bailey?
No comments. I know in the past I had an older computer and it was very frustrating and it was really hard to actually connect. And so I appreciate keeping current.
Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, I'm supportive of investing in IT. It allows the staff to do the best job they can. So I think this is integral to a well-functioning municipal government. Very supportive.
Councilor Whitt? Councilor Schultz?
I'm good as well.
All right, this is under finance. We have the development charges bylaw amendment, and parkland dedication bylaw amendment. Mrs. San?
So just based on all of the changes in the legislation, in 2020, 2021, 2022, Bill 23 as well. It's recommended that we do look at our development charges bylaw and our parkland dedication bylaw. You'll notice in the capital budget sheet, there have been about 6 bills that will impact how we facilitate our work around development charges and parkland dedication. And so incorporating that in the bylaw would be very helpful for staff for facilitating some of the requirements around this. And also our recent revisions to our zoning bylaw as it relates to ARU units. We'd like all of that incorporated in the bylaw so that it's updated based on current legislation.
Mrs. San, if we were to fund this, if it's allowed through the cash in lieu of parkland, how would that put that reserve in a precarious position?
Unfortunately, we're not able to fund it through the cash in lieu of parkland. Studies aren't eligible based on the legislation. Yeah, I had asked our consultant about that as well, and unfortunately, we're not able to.
That because it's right in the name of the reserve, parkland reserve. Anyways, okay, thank you for that. Councilor Bailey?
And I'm glad to see 3 in there is.
Councilor Hurst?
No comment.
Mr. Guda? Finance again, we have the community improvement plan amendment, township financial incentives.
So the reason that this project came about was based on meetings that we've had with the County of Wellington's Economic Development Department. They're currently working on updating their incentive programs. And as you may recall, when we had amended our CIP bylaw in 2019 in order to incorporate the county's incentive programs, but they are doing more revisions to that. As you can see in the capital budget sheet, this is recommended to be county funded through their business retention and expansion funding. But this will allow our eligible organizations, eligible property owners in the township to be able to also utilize the county's revised programs.
Thank you. Comments, Councilor Bailey?
Supportive of that.
Mr. Hurst?
Good. Council.
Counselor, you're way faster. Counselor Goya? Counselor Spillis? All right, so now we have the Optimist Recreation Center. And we have pickleball, painting, and floor refinishing. Mr. Fowler.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the request was first received through the rec committee. It was asked that by a pickleball group that currently the Orc gymnasium floor does not have lines indicating 2 courts for pickleball. Their request was that the township consider installing pickleball lines. Currently, they are using masking tape to identify their lines. They're asking the township to consider installing permanent lines to establish 2 courts within the gymnasium. Along that work, it will involve sanding the floor, installing new lines, and then a new coat of urethane on top of the floor. With that being said, there will be the scenario where the Orc will be out of commission for up to a week. The dates have not yet been determined on when that could happen, but council should be aware that the gymnasium will not be available for rent until the urethane has fully cured. I welcome any questions.
Mr. Fowler, would that be inclusive of the change rooms for the ice rink? So if you close the Orc, then the change rooms would have to close as well for a week?
No, we have exterior locks from the change room to the gymnasium that we can enable, and change rooms will still be available for the ice rink if work was to commence during the winter season.
Is off-gassing of the Verathane a concern?
From my knowledge, no, but we do have the opportunity of several man doors and fire exits that can be propped open for a period of time to exhaust any fumes if necessary.
Okay, I just wouldn't want to jeopardize ice rentals and change rooms due to the curing of the urethane. Another question I have, maybe for Ms. Hassan, is this is typically seniors that play pickleball. It's wonderful game. You don't have to be old to play it. Just curious what the rental rate for seniors for renting the gymnasium. And if that rate applies to seniors that come from outside our community. Where I'm going with this is that if we do this, I'm gonna ask council to consider not a promotional campaign, but just advertise that we now have official pickleball lines so that we can maybe up our rentals, but it depends on how much we get for rentals. If it's $2 or $3 an hour and it's extra wear and tear and it's gonna, actually be a detriment, then maybe we would just do the lines for our local groups and carry on. So that's the question, Mrs. Sand. Seniors
Yeah.
rental rate and
Yes, so the 90% reduced rate applies to seniors events or programs, but that would it wouldn't be for out of town. It would be for like within township programs. Like
Yeah,
they
so-
have to have their principal address in the township. The rental rate, I'm just going into the user fees and charges bylaw right now. For the gymnasium, the 90% reduced rate that applies to pickleball based on the 2023 rate is $3.47 net of HST, that's per hour.
But do we already approve our user fee and charges by law?
Yes.
Anyways, but I think there's some value in promoting it once it's complete to outside the community, and then we get the regular rate. What that's something council can decide. But anyways, so I just wanted to bring that to the attention. Councilor Beal.
I do just have a question. What lines are currently in the gym and what sports? Does it serve right now?
Currently, the gymnasium has lines that are dedicated for basketball, volleyball, and then they're identified as exercise lines for individual training. So red line to blue line, back to red line, blue line type of exercise like that. But currently the sports identified are basketball and volleyball right now.
Are there any other sports that have come to your attention? That may also need different lines?
Currently, no, I haven't received any other. I would also caution that if we start putting too many lines in, that it will be hard to differentiate proper courts. So I think pickleball would probably be the last request we would entertain.
Thank you.
Councilor Hurst.
Yeah, my thinking along the line was, does this impact potential for future rental rates similar to the mayor's comments? And maybe it's hard to speculate now as to what the future may lie, but I think from the popular nature of pickleball, I think this is a thoughtful amendment to the recreational facilities. That's all I have.
Councilor Boyden.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this and I forward to
Councilor Schools.
Yeah, I support it. Having two tangential questions. First of all, the hockey rink, is that an opportunity to provide pickleball in that location as well? Painting lines there?
Currently, the rink is identified for hockey only for lines. I would caution that due to the slick surface of the polished concrete, that it may not be the most ideal for pickleball. The consideration is also being made once the tender is finally out for the tennis court revival, that permanent pickleball lines will be installed on the tennis courts for outdoor use in the nicer weather.
And the second tangential comment is Moran Park. Some of the residents suggested that perhaps the basketball court can be painted to accommodate pickleball. So I was wondering if we could ask the recreation committee to take care of that and ask if there is an interest, and then we can put it into the subsequent budgets.
I'm gonna take that as a separate resolution and ask the clerk.
I'm sorry.
Does it have to be separate resolution? It wasn't.
That is, and again,
Sorry, could you just be repeated, which were specifically passing to the rec committee?
To look at pickleball painting at forum.
I think that it could form part of the direction in this resolution. We have similar direction to report back on another matter, so we can take that.
For this budget year.
I'm just to look at it, but I'm not saying it should be this budget year, we did it next year. But,
I don't work both. We can make that.
Sure.
determination.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, parks, place and hold Morrison bleachers. Mr. Fowler.
thank you. In conjunction with the work that has commenced since 2020 with improving Old Morrison Ballpark, this entails, there's currently a set of older concrete bleachers that currently do not meet our building code and accessibility. The requirement will be that these bleachers be demolished and replaced with pre-manufactured aluminum 6 high bench I welcome any questions.
Mr. Fowler, the other bleachers are made out of signpost steel. Is the intention that both, because they're not made of concrete, but are they both being replaced or are you just replacing the one set?
The other set has been identified for future consideration. The current asset management schedule did not identify both sets to be replaced.
Thank you. Councilor Bailey?
Okay, so just one of the two are being replaced. Home bench, visitor bench.
Visitor. But they're not labeled. So it's old school. Maybe I'll give some background. The concrete ones, they've been retaining the water in the pre-salt cycle. They're starting to come apart and they've exceeded their life expectancy. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Fowler?
I would say they owe the township nothing.
Where the channel post ones, because they don't hold the water, they're in a bit better shape. They've been identified. That's my understanding.
Due to the steel construction of the signposts, yes, it is integrally still sound. We can't afford to go another year or two without having to replace them.
That's what it is.
So can I just ask a follow-up then? Would be increasing it, but is there value in doing both at the same time? Is there a cost savings at all?
I would have to recheck with the supplier I've been in contact with to see if there is a discount if a second set was ordered. I would have to get back to council on that.
Just looking at how expensive things are getting. You know, looking ahead, it might end up costing us a lot more. Direction.
We can give direction and it would be, Mrs. San, if council gives direction to look at replacing both. I'm assuming that both will be funded through the cash and lieu parkland reserve, so you wouldn't see an impact on the tax levy, you would just see a reduction in the funds in the cash and lieu parkland reserve.
Yes.
I'm comfortable on this moment, so Councillor Bailey's suggesting the staff look into if there's any cost savings in doing both. It's still gonna cost more money, but you might get them for $10,000 each versus 15. And they can report back. I think it's early on. Mr. Fowler, how long would it take you to get an answer for that inquiry?
I can inquire tomorrow. I should receive an answer by next week. Just availability of the aluminum. I'm not sure what the market conditions currently are for aluminum.
Okay, so within this budget process, we can hear back. Councillor Hurst?
I'm supportive if the equipment's in disrepair. We need to have well-functioning sports and recreation facilities.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, the cost of aluminum, I know that's gone through the roof and it's likely to be too expensive. I think that there's value in what Council Bailey is suggesting. If there is some cost savings now, I think it's a lot more down the road. But it's more of the plan for now and we're gonna figure out cost.
Schools?
I'm also supportive of the two suggestions.
Next one. Still up, Mr. Fowler, parking lot associated enhancements.
Thank you. Yes, identified through the asset management schedule. It also will fall in line with our parks initiation of the parks master plan. The front parking lot of the PCC, which encompasses both the library and the PCC, is slated for removal and repave. Any curb replacements and also the light fixtures would be updated to provide better lighting. My understanding is there is an agreement with the county that a partial amount of this quote would be covered through the county because of the library. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Finley? Mr. Hurst? I should have first. Hey, Counselor Goida,
Good.
Mr. Lewis?
That's just a question on lighting standards. Are you replacing the head or the whole thing, the poles and that, and are you going to LED light?
The consideration will be once a contractor has time to analyze and inspect the light standards. That will be determined if the entire pole needs to be replaced. But the current plan is to replace the bulb with the newest, latest up-to-date LED fixtures.
Thank you.
Mr. Fowler, is there any new light standards going to be installed?
I think there are several identified within the Parks Master Plan along the pathways. That is something that once the final tender has been received to the township for the Parks Master Plan, there is opportunity in conjunction with whatever contractor wins the bid that we could kind of piggyback and see if they could supply lights for the parking lot upgrade as well.
So the main entrance for the PCC at night, it's just a little dark. I'm wondering if there's a possibility, because we do have those two entrances, but I believe the intention is to push it closer to the library, not to use the one with the those
Pillars.
And well, now at this time of year, it's dark at 5:30, so you know, there's a lot of people going in and out of the you know, the basketball rental and hockey. I'd like staff to at least look at, you know, in conjunction with this is any possibility of additional light standard to light up the entrance, and plus it might even come into the conversation with our sign that we're gonna discuss later. So, but currently there's nothing intended for that, correct?
Not at the moment, but it is the opportune time to explore it. Whereas when the parking lot asphalt is removed, that would be the prime opportunity to lay any new conduit required for any new lighting.
Well, council would indulge me in just your thoughts on that. Councilor Billy?
Yeah, I think from a safety perspective too, I mean, having the entrance properly lit is very important. So it'd be nice to get some feedback on that.
Councilor Hurst?
Yeah, I'm supportive. I think one other question that came up in my mind while we were listening is stormwater management from in the new parking lot, ensuring that that's thought through process is, that's also a great opportunity to address any bubbling issues.
And the condition of the drains. Because when was that place built?
This,
Yeah, that's all. I think we're broadening the scope of your project, Mr. Fowler, but. Councilor
Yes, I
Goda?
might.
Yeah, I'm supportive. For one, even if it would just be the light conduit for future light posts, if that was for affordable in the short term. We do that underground.
Yeah, the proper way to do lighting is to give an analysis of a fixture of illumination. And then also there's a standards available that tell you what sort of parking lot lighting levels you should have and what sort of standards you should have for walkways. So I would think you at least want to ensure that we conform with the standards, like walkways always takes a lot more than parking. So I would suggest that the illumination be reviewed from the engineering point of view to be the applicable standards for the use.
Mrs. Sand, could that study be funded through the cash and lieu parkland?
Sorry, I could not hear Councillor Sepoulis. What is the study?
Well, no, typically when you do design lighting for a particular facility, the illumination engineer looks at the fixture, looks at the casting of the light on the various parts. And there's a standard that you have to apply to, or should apply for parking lots, for walkways, that sort of thing. So I'm saying as part of this work here, you do an engineering analysis to ensure you got the right illumination for the function that you have.
So it's part of the parking lot upgrades work.
Correct. I mean, the way I look at it, it's an engineering function, the same way you would look at anything else. You're replacing lighting, you gotta make sure that your new lighting fixtures, cover off the, same amount of, aluminum metals required for parking lot and also walkways, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so just so council's aware, this project is not utilizing the cash in lieu of parkland restricted reserve, because if it was utilizing that reserve, that restricted reserve would become negative over the forecast period. And so this specific project is utilizing the asset management reserve just because it's a higher dollar project, and it would impact the balance in the reserve over the forecast period. But based on what you're indicating, Councillor Sepoulis, because it relates to the parking lot, it's not really a separate study. It's just the design associated with the lights at the parking lot. So that could be funded by the cash in lieu reserve because it relates to the actual capital project.
So, Mrs. San or Mr. CAO, would you have an inclination of the costing of that additional engineering or, oh, sorry, Mr.
So it wouldn't be that much. It's somebody who's doing the lighting, analysis for that, it'll take a couple of days to look at the. That's what.
We can request that be done. I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head, but we can see that it can be done.
So I would just like to see in the resolution, I don't want to take money away from Mr. Fowler's paving project to do the lighting. I'd like to see that the park, with Mrs. Sands' blessing, that the park, cash and parkland fund that study. Sounds like it's not going to be significant, so like, what's not significant, you know, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 kind of thing, but it be funded from cash and they want the.
We'll look at it.
As an should be able to do 2 days. Extra data and all looks at the requirements.
Okay, so if we can just capture that the lighting.
Just so we understand scope properly, what area do you want encompassed in that assessment?
Well, whatever area that you're doing here, if.
And the
you're
entrance.
good on parking lot, my days used to be 5-foot candles, for parking lots and aisleways were a bit more, but I think, I don't know what it is these days. Pedestrian walkways are a bit more, they used to be, 15-foot candles, I recall. I don't know what it is now, so the standards get updated to.
What's a foot candle?
Your candle. That's lumens now, not the lumens, so 10 lumens to put down.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
You may.
would council be all right if I was to ask our lighting consultant for the Ball Diamond lights? They are photometric engineers to assess the parking lot and its potential needs.
Comfortable with that, Councilor Bailey?
Sound like they would be qualified for that.
Yeah, we need somebody who knows what to do.
Yeah, and sorry, Mr. Fowler, but were we going to be repaving right out to Brock, or was there some place where you were going to delineate the parking lot from the entrance, or is it all inclusive?
No, the intent is to pave from the sidewalk to basically the edge of the Orc parking lot, and that would encompass the entire front parking lot of the Orc, PCC.
I believe council's desire is for the light study call that to be part of that, wherever you're paving or doing resurfacing. So, good.
Thank you.
Councilor Bailey, comfortable with everything?
Yep.
Councilor Hurst? Okay.
Just as for clarification, when you said additional lighting at the entrance, can you just confirm that was the entrance to the PCC, the Orc, or off the road? Like what entrance were you referring to?
Right off Brock,
Right off.
even both of them, they're dark.
Okay.
Both will be identified.
Thank you.
I did receive a verbal, I don't want to call it complaint, but inquiry about additional lighting for library staff for when they're leaving. And I inquired at the county. I tried to get them to put more lights on their building to try to light the parking lot up a bit more. So if that could just be part of the discussion too with the consultant, Mr. Fowler, just to consider the staff and patrons leaving the library at this time of year, please.
I'll gladly pass those costs on to the county.
All right, on to parks. Still you, Mr. Fowler, landscape trailer, please.
Are we not discussing Boron Park?
Go ahead and skip it. No, I'm doing them in order. Mr. Fowler, please to speak to the trailer.
Okay. Yes, as indicated, the current trailer that the park staff are utilizing is undersized. We have been friendly reminded that the trailer needs to be upgraded from several authorities. The ask is for a larger trailer to both meet MTO needs and the future consideration of additional equipment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, I think I read that the intention was to sell the current trailer. Would that not be a useful trailer to keep?
Currently, it hasn't been identified as a need within my department. But again, that is up to discussion.
So would it be well utilized if it was kept?
I currently don't have, I don't have anything identified that would be required for that trailer. Again, the intention would be that it would just go to auction.
Councilor Hurst?
I'm supportive of the upgrade, given the regulatory transport conditions that we need to be in compliance with. I guess the only question I would have of staff would be, is this the right size trailer for any future capital purchases and equipment transfer, and that they go through that thought process?
Currently, the size that has been identified, which is a 16-foot trailer, is the recommendation being brought forward. If Public Works was to go to a larger trailer, that would involve establishing air brakes. And then that also reflects the different licensing requirement for the driver. Currently now, the parks workers require a G to pull this trailer. If we were to go to a larger size, they would actually be required to upgrade to a Class A. So we like to stay within the limits that a G class driver can operate this trailer.
That's good feedback.
Councilor Goida?
Yeah, I'm good.
Councilor Willis?
I'm good.
Next one, Mr. Fowler, is the Kubota lawn tractors, please.
Yes, thank you. As identified in our tour of the shop last week, the request to council is due to the, we'll say the demand on our one and only mower that we currently possess. The ask is to supply a second mower, not only to help the individuals accomplish their set weekly tasks, but also as a backup to, in case our current mower is about 5 years old. It runs well, it's maintained well, but there's always the chance of something going wrong, especially in today's world where parts are not readily available. We are asking for a backup unit to be purchased so we can currently maintain our service levels that we've currently established. Downtime for the mower of over 3 days, especially early spring, early summer. It would definitely be noticed if we didn't have at least one unit out cutting our green space and parkland. I welcome any questions.
Right, Councilor Bailey?
Just a question in terms of service of the mower. Is that something you do in-house then?
Yes, it is. It's completely done in-house by Public Works staff. The ask for the additional mower is also a Kubota, which that way we are able to keep all oils, hydraulic oils, filters similar, so we are not reliant on multiple distributors to maintain these machines.
Great.
Councilor Hurst?
No questions.
Councilor Goida?
Good.
Willis?
Just a quick question. Could you check with other municipalities, see if they're also buying a similar equipment, and see when you go to a bulk purchase to get a reduction?
Currently, there's not anyone that I have checked with currently buying for the 2023 season. There is also a plethora of, we'll say, mower slash, turf equipment that is out there. So several municipalities have more than one brand. So again, it's every year we try to call around to see which manufacturer has the best deal. And that seems to be the trend that as far as equipment's purchased for that year. At this time, Kubota, with the quotes I've received, is the most competitive and a little bit of a loyalty with us since we've been buying all our equipment from them in the past.
Great, thank you. Good answer. Good.
All right, ceiling tiles, Mr. Fowler.
Yes, I think early in 2022, council had asked for the possibility of, with the reopening of the PCC, that the ceiling tiles be considered for full replacement. Upon several quotes, the total for ceiling tile replacement, which would include the Arch McRobbie, the front foyer, and the Elf Hales room, is $35,000. I'm currently trying to find a contractor that is willing to do both with the PCC LED lighting upgrade as well as the ceiling tile replacement. At this time, I have not been able to find a contractor that can combine both jobs into one. So it may be sourced out as two individual jobs. I welcome any questions.
Mr. Fowler, is the racking gonna stay or is it used? I don't even know if it's steel, whatever it is, or would they just paint it, or what's the plan for the supports for the tiles?
Once
You cut out.
the old tiles are removed, the addition of new ceiling tiles.
All right, Mr. Fowler, you cut out, we missed most of that.
Oh, my apologies. With the removal of the old existing tiles, the existing grid work will be repainted before new tiles are installed.
Councilor Bailey?
Just a quick question. I know we talked about the roof inspection. What's the timing with these two, the inspection and the replacement of the tiles?
The roof inspection will commence early in 2023 with any necessary repairs being done before we initiate the ceiling replacement.
Councilor Hurst?
Two questions. One, and maybe it's for historical context for my own purposes. Is the need to replace them based on any particular safety issues within the structure, or is it aesthetic?
It would be strictly aesthetic. There's currently no identified components within the ceiling tile that are hazardous or toxic.
Thank you. And the next question I think was along the line of lighting is in the roof inspection. Are there any other building inspections or upgrades that can be done in a cost efficient way if this project was to move forward, and just ask that staff consider that?
That is noted. Thank you.
Councilor Goya?
I'm good.
I'm good. Mr. Fowler, the ceiling tiles located behind me that take the most abuse. Is there an alternative product that painter's tape or whatever they're using to tape their decorations to, we could opt to put up there so that they don't get damaged? You may want to speak to how quickly they do become damaged due to the weddings and the events held here.
Sure. Unfortunately, due to the actual location of the stage, weddings, ceremonies, things like that, a lot of the rentals are requiring several props / curtains that are installed, depending upon the nature of the wedding. In the past, we've had trouble with renters. They bring their curtains or poles and they're too long and they end up putting them through the ceiling tiles. It is a constant battle to continuously replace these tiles. I think in the future, the consideration should be made of relocating the stage to underneath the highest point of the roof to alleviate these potential problems that we are running into. Again, no costs or consideration have been factored into that project as of this time. In the meantime, we can buy like a hardboard material that could be placed in where the ceiling tiles are being damaged the most to at least get us by and try to keep the ceiling aesthetically pleasing as possible.
I'd appreciate that, or, you know, when the ceiling tiles are out, if there's some way to hang some sort of mounting bracket so they can tape to it versus taping to the tiles, but I'll just leave that with my comments with you to manage how you see fit, but I know it was disappointing. You and I came here for an issue in the kitchen, and I looked at the tiles and I was like, wow, those are beat up, and I think you mentioned they were a few weeks old, 3 weeks old or something, so anything we can do to limit the amount of damage they receive, I'd appreciate that. I'm sure the rest of council would as well. Councilor Bailey?
Just to follow up to Councillor Hurst's question, I know it's not on the table, any audio upgrades, but if in the next little while there is opportunity for audio or some sort of speaker replacement, how will that work with the ceiling tiles being put in 2023?
Because it's actual ceiling tiles that can be removed and replaced with basically not very much trouble. This is something that can be considered in the future, where if the current speakers, which in my opinion are outdated, they don't sound very well, are considered to be replaced. It's as simple as removing tiles to run the speaker wire and establishing new speakers in the existing tiles.
Yeah, just follow up on your issue, Mr. Mayor. When somebody damages a ceiling tile, do we take money out of their holdback to pay for it?
Yes, in the past we have. It's just basically having a facility operator come in right away to document any damage. Sometimes we're not made aware of the damage until a couple days later, where then we run into the trouble of the renter claiming it was someone else. So we have addressed this with certain renters in the past. We'll say frequent flyers that like to continuously try to shove things that just don't fit through the ceiling tiles. So again, it's very difficult to catch them doing it, we'll say, unless we have someone who's present there all the time.
Okay, I assume you'll do something like they'll inspect the premises before it's leased, and then you'll agree on what's there, and then if it's something it's different after they've gone, go after.
I think the problem is sometimes it's Friday, Saturday rentals, maybe a Sunday, and they turn over so quick, they may not have the opportunity to catch it right away. They catch it Monday, and there's been 3 instances of rental, and how do you penalize, right?
So you'll do your best to.
Councilor Bailey?
Well, just to comment on that, I know when you rent a car, if there's some damage to the car, what they let you do is take a picture of it, because it's got the date, it's got the, you know, the issue, and it's documented that way. And maybe we have to look at our rental policy and ask renters to be taking a photo before, so that they can show that it wasn't there beforehand or after. I think it's something to look at.
Well, we're still actively recruiting that position the council approved for Wilson's representation of the rentals. So I would suggest leaving it with the director. I think there's things in play that will help alleviate that damage, but I just wanted council to be aware of it. You comfortable with that, Mr. Fowler?
Yes, that's fair. Thank you.
Sure. Councilor Gordon has a question.
Just one more question. Like you said that the current speakers are not very good. Does anyone use them ever?
No, currently the way we have, it's basically a wiring system dated back to when there was actually a corded mic that was utilized. The township then went to try to go toward a wireless microphone. And then we ran into trouble with these wireless microphones being damaged by the renters. So earlier this year, it was recommended that the PCC no longer offer the projector or the wireless microphones. The ask was then renters please supply their own audio video equipment. For instances like something township run, whether it be a public information meeting or an event at the PCC, the township in the past has just gone to Long and McQuaid and rented audio video equipment that has been more than suitable for the needs of the night.
The reason I'm asking that is when the ceiling work does get done, I mean, I'm looking up there right now and there's, you know, 10 speakers up there right now, would it just not, maybe not like cover them up, not have them there at all anymore?
Yes, the thought was once the ceiling tiles were replaced, the old speakers would be removed and it would just be a fresh ceiling tile in that spot.
All right, so we're comfortable with the ceiling tiles being replaced? Okay, sorry, I was scrolling to see if. Ceiling tiles next. All right, Mr. Fowler, bridge and culvert inspections.
Thank you. Yes, every 2 years, the township, in conjunction with our engineering company, GM Blue Plan, does our bridge and culvert inspections. This entails basically an inspection of culverts larger than 450 mils. It usually entails bridges and culverts that are either steel or concrete. This is, once these reports are received by the township, they are basically edited to reflect our asset management plan, and any repairs or replacements are then identified in the asset management schedule. I am happy to take any questions.
Mr. Bailey?
Just a question about having GM Blue Plan perform the inspections. What, maybe you can speak to how or if it's possible to ever have this done in-house?
With the intent of keeping it in-house, the township would require basically a professional engineer to do these inspections. Are you going to send me away for training?
Well, I just wondered what type of certification would be needed specifically just for bridge and culvert
Yes,
inspections.
currently the regulations within Ontario is a professional engineer, preferably civil, conducts these inspections.
Councilor Hurst?
The one point of clarity is 2-year inspections a regulatory requirement or best practice within the township?
It's best practice within the township. We could go annually, but due to cost savings, we have found in the past that 2-year intervals currently meet our needs for both asset management and for safety.
Thank you.
Sir, go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Spillis?
I'm good.
All right. All right, Mr. Fowler, Whistler Lake pedestrian access.
Yes, so with the establishment of the access to Puslin Lake, the intent is, and this was gathered through comments made from council, that a permanent concrete structure be established indicating both as a placeholder and as signage that this is a pedestrian public access to the lake. With that being said, the intent is to establish a gravel path from the parking, or we won't say parking area, the driving area to the edge of the lake to ensure there is no vehicular access. The intent would be to install large stones, armor stones, that would prevent people from, say, trying to back a boat into the lake. This is strictly meant for pedestrian traffic, such as launching a canoe or a dinghy. And with that being said, I think there was a request from council that a sitting bench also be erected to basically provide a view of the lake. And to my knowledge, that's all that has been indicated. I will welcome any questions.
Mr. Bailey?
Thank you. When putting the stones in place, are we limiting, say, fire department to be accessing the lake because there's still proper access for emergency services?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that exactly. My interpretation is that fire does have access at McClintock's to launch their emergency boat if needed.
That's correct. I confirmed that with our department, but yes, they have confirmed access over at the.
Thank you.
Counselor Hurst.
Two questions. Is there any potential for grant opportunities to cost share in this project at all?
I'm not aware of any. I'm not sure if Glenn or administration can answer that question.
I'm not aware of any.
Thinking as it was a public access to a recreational facility. I'll leave it with staff if there is a desire to pursue an opportunity, I would be supportive. My other question is, would this access be compliant with existing accessibility standards for individuals?
Yes.
My interpretation is yes, it would be. By establishing a gravel or stone dust trail, we are enabling access. But we obviously, once you reach the water's edge, it does not become our jurisdiction then.
Thank you.
Counselor Goida.
Yeah, I just have a question about so where that access is, there are, I believe if I understand correctly, 2 abutting landowners. And I'm just wondering, I'm guessing by the cost that it's not incorporated into this, but is there anything there existing already that kind of delineates where the public property ends and the private property begins?
Currently, no, there's just it's just basically an open grass area.
Well, and Mr. Fowler, we have encroachments on that right away as well, right? So, Counselor Dwight, I at one point inquired about, delineating as well, and you might not say it was a fence. We're not proposing a fence, but you would put it right through their encroachment. So there's some challenges down there that Mr. CEO just kind of said there, confidently.
Yeah, as I understand, the encroachments are still in process. But it does document, so at least there's a record of where that is, should the encroachment ever become larger in the future, at least we have a record at the point in time, right?
Everything keeps getting removed.
I'm thinking actually the other way, like trying to provide some protections. Such that the public isn't just wandering into private yards without even realizing they're doing it. Maybe that's not a concern, I'm not sure, it's just something that has been to maybe
So-
something to consider.
My family owns property down in Hamilton, and there's a public path. There's a hill, and they have, they're not 6x6s, they're bigger, but they're wooden posts in the ground with a nice big thick rope that kind of hangs. So then, what I'm thinking is staff could go and look at options that would help delineate the right of way, but also not inconvenience the current landowners for their lawn maintenance. And because if you put a fence up, then it's more weedy, it's more trimming, it's catching these. So maybe if they're comfortable with that, maybe staff could just look into that and report back at another time.
We could see if there's options that we could implement. Sure.
Especially once the encroachment component is complete, and we're gonna know what's gonna be there, what's not gonna be there.
Yep.
We can do that. We'll need a resolution for that.
Just include that note.
Well, I'll go around. Comments on that, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm wondering if staff's had any correspondence with some of the residents there since I brought it to the PLCA meeting. And what sort of feedback we've got, if they had any suggestions.
Courtney?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we have not had any communication with the residents outside of the encroachment agreement discussions.
That would be something for our representative on the PLCA board to bring forward at his next meeting.
Oh,
See how quickly this just gets transferred? Oh. All right, Councilor Hurst.
I'm supportive of Councilor Bailey's thoughts. I think it's important that those adjacent landowners are at least communicated with, asked for some perspective and opinions. I think Councilor Boyd made a good point there. I guess as the new committee rep, I suspect I'll take guidance from staff as to the best way to engage with that, but I think that, in my opinion, is a good neighbor, scenario.
Yeah, two things. The survey, this fell apart because the survey monuments were being taken out. Are we putting more substantial survey monuments in as well?
Yes,
So this is part of this work?
yes.
Okay, and I agree with a soft delineation of from adjacent property such as the mayor suggested. That's a nice marine type of a touch.
It only costs 30 grand, but I'm just kidding. It's just astronomical what it would cost them. Okay, it's good.
Do we,
I'm trying to push through as many as I can ask. If we can go another 8 minutes, we might get through these. Okay, Mr. Fowler, Leslie Road West.
Thank you. Yes, so indicated on our road tour, this is quite a substantial project. Not only does it involve the removal and repave of Leslie Road from Watson South to the 401, it also entails slope stabilization, stormwater management, and the possible creation of several parking spaces that would be included in this work. I'm open to any questions.
Mr. Bailey,
Questions?
Councilor Hurst,
No question.
Councilor Goya, Mr. Willis.
No problem.
Okay. Little Bridge next. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you. Yes, it was one of our first stops on the road tour. It's currently a single lane bridge. In 2020, we had a company XMP do the load testing to determine the load rating for the actual deck. After that load testing was completed, it was upgraded to 29 ton, which more than is adequate to support not only emergency vehicles, but delivery vehicles. The intent or scope of work being indicated will be the deck is in such good shape, it will not need rehabilitation. The two side walls, the parapet walls will be demolished and new ones built on the existing deck. The other things involved in this work will be new guide rail on either side, and the current load rating will continue to stay at 29 ton. I will welcome any questions.
Bailey,
No questions?
Councilor Hurst,
No questions.
Mr. Goya, Mr. Willis.
That is the question. Does it make sense that we're spending almost $400,000 just to replace parapets? It's awfully expensive.
Between the cost of engineering and several GRCA permits, that is the estimate that our engineering department has provided us.
Cheaper alternative, just what we're putting in a guide rails just on the bridge.
Currently, the parapet walls are identified as not being structurally sound. They do enhance the load limit once properly installed and rebuilt. So the testing indicated that once new parapet walls were established, that the 29 ton would continue to be the average tonnage allowed for up to 30 years in the future.
Well, they're part of the structure element. Yeah, that's fine. I understand. Thank you.
Could we entertain contacting the trailer or the retreat down at the end of the road, and staff looking to maybe conveying the road and the new bridge to them? Once it's been rehabilitated, because it is just serving them, correct?
I believe we could look at it again, we had some of those discussions with them already when we were contemplating this project. And we could raise it again with them. And if I recall right, at that time, they weren't really receptive because why would they? Right? It's just an added cost to them.
I just know the county did that recently with some legacy boundary bridges. They rebuilt them in Guelph, Hermosa. They're up to spec. They got a very long lifespan, and it's been hand over. But I just yeah, I'd like the staff to at least look into that. At least. Which one? Okay, concession 7, Mr. Fowler.
Again, this is a pretty standard request identified in the asset management concession 7 from basically the 401 bridge to the newly completed gravel conversion on concession 7 at 2A. This involves a double lift road for aggregate traffic. I welcome any questions.
Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Can you just confirm for me, once this gets completed, there is full pavement access then from Hanlon around Morriston all the way to concession 1?
Yes, so the stretch of road identified would be concession 7, and it would be fully asphalt from County Road 34 all the way to concession 1.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hurst?
No questions.
Councillor Goida?
No questions.
Schools?
No questions.
All right, upgrading the single axle dump truck to a tandem. Mr. Fowler?
Thank you. Yes, so as identified in our shop tour, the request from Public Works is to upgrade our current single axle dump truck to a tandem axle dump truck / plow. This will be in line to keep consistency within our shop. The other ask is that once, if a tandem is approved, that the single axle dump truck be considered not to go to auction right away, but to be used as a spare when needed. We've had several instances in the past where we've had a truck go down, whether it be by accident or mechanical. Currently, we do not have a spare truck available, and especially falling in line with insurance and liability, I find it very worrisome that if a piece of equipment, especially for winter control, is down or unavailable for a certain stretch of time, the township currently cannot meet its service levels and its commitments to the minimum maintenance standards. I welcome any questions or concerns.
Mr. Bailey?
No, I don't have any questions.
Councillor Hurst?
No questions.
Councillor Goida? No questions. Councillor Schools?
Yeah, since we're keeping this, your reset value should be 0 on your sheets.
Right, you're not gonna get the auction now. Did you hear that, Mrs. Sam?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
There is in the funding for this item, there's a 25,000 resale value. If we're keeping this asset, there is no resale value. It goes in from the asset management plan.
Yes, so that's why we just need council's direction as to whether council approves the upgrade of a single axle dump truck to a tandem dump truck for number 303, and whether council the 2015 to remain in Public Works fleet as a, sorry, Mike, did you call it like a spare or?
Yes, I was actually going to take you to dinner and break the news to you, but Councillor Sapoulis brought it up ahead of time.
Councillor Spools just wants the reports updated. We're recognizing that the truck is staying and that we're approving the upgrades. Just the reports will now have to show that there won't be any money received from the truck, the single axle going to auction.
Yep, so as long as that direction is in the resolution, then we'll update the budget with the next draft.
Councillor Spools, with that? Okay, I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. I want to go to report 2022-034, the cost of living adjustment. I want to have that discussion. I'm not sure. I have the original agenda, so I'm not sure the page. Anybody knows the page? So I believe that's yours, Mrs. San. You can begin your summary while the members of council find the report. I'd appreciate it. Mine's 430 there. 430. Yeah, 430, page 430.
Okay,
They mentioned we're gonna break after this report, right?
okay.
This is-
So this is just our cost of living adjustment report. Ideally, in the future, this will be provided early to council prior to budget deliberations based on the May to May CPI. But as you can see in the report, the May to May CPI was significantly high just based on what we're seeing out there in terms of inflation rates. And so there's some recommendations in the report as it relates to a policy change in order to ensure equitability to staff and through the budget process in terms of phasing in increases. And it's based on a policy that was approved by one of our neighboring municipalities this year. So I'd welcome any questions from council.
Councillor Bailey? Oh,
Um,
sorry, Mr.
If I
CEO.
can just add to it, this has been a discussion topic, a frequent discussion topic amongst the CEOs when we have a regular discussion to see how people are going to address this, because it's kind of unprecedented, the increases lately. So this was found to be a very good solution that maximize the increase that would be impacting on the budget, but it wouldn't negatively impact the municipality down the road in terms of market reviews to have to do big jumps at a certain time when you do the review, because it keeps track of those and keeps the adjustments in check.
Can you just speak briefly to the minimum ceiling? So we never go negative. So there was protection there, is what you
Sure,
said to me,
yeah.
and then there's,
Yep, there was in policy already, there was a projection that if there was ever a negative, like a deflation, that it would never go below zero. So basically what this does is put a buffer, a cap at the upper end as well. So if it ever does go above the 4%, the maximum that would be in the budget would be 4%, and then the remaining portion would be added to the next year, into the next year until it catches up.
and the last component is that you and I discussed was that if we fall into our schedule for the benefits review or remuneration review, then that could also be an opportunity to catch any of that remainder of that has been carried over year to year. So
That's correct.
it might not take 3 years to catch up to high inflationary times if we're due for a salary review.
That's correct, because council has given us the direction that they're to do a market check once per term of council. And one of the undertakings we're working on collectively with our member municipality partners is to do that as a collective undertaking to reduce the overall administrative costs and consultant costs as part of that. So same thing, that would be incorporated together in their efficiencies and savings.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. No, I don't think I have a question. Mary, you spoke to the Wellington North implementing a similar recommendation, and so I kind of like where that went.
Councillor Hurst?
Yeah, three quick points. I like the collaboration amongst the other municipalities. I think that's really important from my perspective. I think the reality is inflationary pressures are here. I think it's prudent to take a thoughtful approach, because if nothing's done this year, the swing's going to be twice as bad next year. And I'm quite supportive of the staggered approach to topping out at the 4%. I think that provides a great deal of it's a good process and robust, that we don't get big swings in budgetary. So quite supportive of the process.
Councillor Goyda?
I think this is a really reasonable approach. Even though the result may be that the COLA adjustment is higher than inflation. And we're here, but we need some years of low inflation. I think this allows for some consistency and predictability, and I think that we'll have less of the highs and lows. I think that's good, and further to your point, if we do get on track with adjustments being too high or too low, it's going to be captured in that compensation. I think this is a really good. Thank you for coming up with it.
I agree with the proposal. It's a very sound proposal, and it takes into account the unpredictable inflation rates. The only comment I'd like to make is when we do the compensation and benefits review in 2024, if we're up to something like 10%, I think it'll be still hard to issue a compensation package at that time, updating it 10%. So I think we'd have to perhaps look at carrying it forward a bit more at that time.
Okay. So I think we have a consensus on that one. I'm going to call a break now. 30 minutes, too long, or? We can go with 30. We need 30? No. Could do less. Let's shoot for 20. Yes.
Okay, so we just need to move on.
Can I get a mover? Do you want to read it? Or, you know what, you just say as presented.
Yep, that report FIN 2022-034 entitled 2023 proposed cost of living adjustment be received. And that council approved the resolution as presented within the report.
Keep it moving for that. Mr. Gordon, Councilor Spoulos, all in favor? Carried. Okay. We're gonna adjourn for 20 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1:11. When you stop recording, the mics are still in the owls. Oh. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will resume our meeting for the Corporation Township Postage on December 7th. And I believe we are on page 377. Oh, sorry, I should check. Mr. Fowler, are you back from break as well?
Present.
Excellent. So I believe you're up and we are on to. I don't think, I believe we stopped doing the roll call. We went back in person.
That's correct, because we can all see that.
So, so I believe we're on Alton Road East. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you. Again, this was identified in our asset management replacement plan. It falls in line with the current PCI index, which indicates that it is time for replacement along with visual inspection. It entails pulverize and repaving Mulpey Road from Victoria Road South to Watson Road South. I welcome any questions.
Okay. Councilor Bailey.
No, I have no questions.
Mr. Go ahead.
No questions.
Mr. Spoulos?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Fowler, I believe the next one is Roselle Road.
Thank you. Again, identified in our asset management. The PCI index also indicates that this road is up for renewal. Upon visual inspection, this is confirmed that this road has, it's basically lived out the extent of its life. Scope of work will be pulverized, repave, along with several culvert replacements. I welcome any questions.
You, Councilor Bailey.
Questions?
Councilor Guida.
No questions.
Councilor Spoulos.
No questions.
All right. I believe that was the last budget sheet.
One more.
One more? Oh, did I scroll too far? Oh, yes.
Bylaw planning.
Yeah, cloud permit implementation, sorry. Who would like to speak to this one? Spirit box?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a request being made for 2 new modules through cloud permits. So we currently are utilizing cloud permit for all of our building permits. And so we're looking to also do the same with planning applications as well as bylaw enforcement. So there are modules that are provided by cloud permit that do this. And we can add this on to what we're already doing. It would streamline it for the community of our applicants, just using, one consistent tool to accept these types of applications, and it's tracking and just usability is just so superior to what we're using currently.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, sorry about that. All right, questions, Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Not a question really about this, but looking ahead, are there any other modules that staff would be looking at implementing for different departments or anything?
I think that as cloud permit kind of unrolls this, we do wait for them to kind of develop these new modules. Again, the bylaw enforcement being brand new and planning has been there for a little while. But I think there's lots of potential. I just thinking about different types of licenses and permits that we issue by a township. I think there's definitely potential to get it all streamlined, working with cloud permit as they make those advancements.
Councilor Guida.
No, I don't really have any questions.
Councilor Spoulos.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so that's the end of the budget increase sheets. Do you want to go back up in the report and revisit some? I believe Mrs. Sandy needs some direction from council.
Yes. Mayor Sealy, I just had another question, just because they're not all 2023 projects have capital budget sheets, because they would have been approved at a previous council term, or would have been through like specific council direction. I'm not sure if you guys want to go through the other projects noted in 2023 that don't have capital budget sheets.
If you wouldn't mind taking a moment now to just discuss them?
Yes, I can quickly just discuss them. And then the relevant department heads can answer any questions if I don't have the answers. But basically, I'm just looking at the 2023 capital plan summary. It's on page 352 of 504 of the agenda package that I have.
We have a different one.
348.
348.
Okay, excellent. So it's just all of our 2023 projects by department. So the first one you'll see is the septic re-inspections. We didn't do a capital budget sheet for this because this was a project that was approved last year. However, it did go through the RFP process this year and it will hopefully be worked on in 2023. And so the amount there is just an additional amount required as part of the RFP process. So that's there for council. The other items that don't have capital budget sheets are the reserve contributions, which have already been outlined in the actual report. So we can, if anyone has any questions, we can discuss those. The other item is the 401 and Highway 6 project review of hotspots. So this is a project, portion of it was funded in 2022, with the other portion proposed to be funded in 2023. Another item is the gravel extractions study that came out of council direction as part of service level review. And so we've estimated an amount of 25,000 for that study. Another item is the municipal administration and operations facility. You'll see in there that there's a placeholder for that. And as we work through the detailed design in 2023, we'll be able to provide more specific costing related to that project. The other item is the Optimus Recreation Center convert lighting to LED. This was a project that was approved last year, but that we obtained. There's additional funding that's required for that project. We did receive 2 quotes, and so this is the amount, the additional amount that's required based on the lowest quote that we received. The Boreham Park playground project, there wasn't a specific capital budget sheet for that because this was direction that was approved by council through council meetings this year. And so the amount in there is based on the most recent cost estimate that we have for this project. The PCC convert lighting to LED, similar to the ORC LED lighting project, we received cost estimates that are increasing the cost from what was approved in 2022. And I believe those are the only items that didn't have a capital budget sheet. And if there's any specific questions about those items, we can answer. Another item actually that I just noticed is the Kerr Crescent Stormwater Management Facility. So this was a project that was approved in previous years, but based on most recent estimates, we're estimating an additional amount of 50,000 for that project.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sam. Councillor Bailey, I know it was a lot very quickly, but now Councillor Sepoulis has one, so we can always get it.
I don't have anything specific for those ones.
Councillor Guida. Councillor Sepoulis.
Yeah, the allocation to do the hotspots. I can't recall what the phasing is of the actual putting in that overpass over the Highway 6. Is that designed for this year and no construction this year? Or in other words, what I'm trying to get at is $20,000 appropriate to the review that we should be anticipating, or it should be something less? That's the only question.
My understanding was the hotspots that we wanted to, or council wanted to have addressed pertain more to the Morriston bypass section as opposed to the overpass here. From what the latest information we received during a project meeting update with the MTO, the overpass portion of the project, I believe, was going to be undertaken in 24. So there's still some time for that as well. This year, they're basically getting 2023. They're looking basically at utility relocates and then preparation. We're bringing in some of the fill material to get ready for the overpass. And then 24 was going to be the reconstruction of concession 7 and placement of the overpass.
Because it makes sense to reduce that 20,000, for this year.
It might be good to have it as a placeholder just in case something does come up with the overpass that we want to have someone take a look at, so it wouldn't hurt to keep there. Because it's very, basically, if I recall correctly, Mrs. Hannah, just to carry forward, right? So it doesn't really have a budget impact.
So the 2022 amount was approved of 5,000 and then, but then the 2023 amount is new funding of 20,000.
Okay.
So I'm suggesting maybe
Yeah, you
10,000 this year, 10,000 next year.
Sure.
Limited. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I have another question.
You do?
Yeah. Okay, with respect to the curb pond, Mr. Mayor, one time you were going to talk to the county with respect to see if they can contribute to that, given it's an industrial area, and they're getting virtually 2/3 of the benefit of the taxes from the industrial area.
So, Council Spose, I did bring it up informally with staff at the county. And, as you're aware, any new costs that the county would incur would take a, direction from either the roads department or county council as a whole. So I meant to bring it up, but I would suggest that we give direction today to formally engage the county to take on a cost sharing agreement for those stormwater management plans within the industrial sector on the basis that we all are aware of. And then we can go to the county and present our case similarly like we did for the Aberfoyle Lane layout. But yeah, I would recommend that because the staff didn't have the authority to say yes on their own. They needed direction from the appropriate committee.
It require a motion.
I think it would be wise because then it's captured in this council.
So I'll move that. You want to go do the discussion, or do you want staff to do the discussion?
It'd be good if we had decent correspondence saying, council passed this resolution, could you please, look into this or initiate, process.
Okay, so I'm just asking you, we want you as opposed to the mayor to do it.
Sure.
I think, not to take anything away from you, but I mean, you could,
I'll word it both ways. I'll say, okay, that staff and or the mayor approach the county with respect to coming up with a cost sharing arrangement for the rehabilitation of curb present stormwater management facility and other similar facilities within the industrial area.
we just specify that we forward this to the Wellington County Roads Committee. That's where the decision will be made personally, and then we go to the county as
Yeah,
well.
and I worded it generally, so whatever is required.
I just feel that I've kind of been told already that it's not within staff's abilities, so I think it's already in my lap, but it wouldn't hurt for you to follow up. Now that election's over and
We have a formal resolution of council asking. That's helpful. Then something they can respond to formally.
You said, sorry, the county roads committee for review and response.
right, I believe that would be the most appropriate. committee work. Which I'm no longer part of. That doesn't. So when we approach the county, can staff provide a report? It just shows that pond was some aerial photography services.
Yeah.
The industrial basin, and then show the tax breakdown.
Yeah.
60 then, 20 us, 20 province, and then whatever appropriate percentage you 60, 40, 50, 50, whatever you decide. That way, when I go to the committee, they have something tangible to look at.
Yeah, and what we hope to show as well is the estimated cost for that cleanup and how that's more than our portion of the additional revenue that we.
I think another key point in my mind anyways, is that I don't believe there's a single residential property serviced by that particular storm management pond. Right, so this is all industrial.
We have a mover.
Right. We have a movie, you said?
We have a mover, Councilor Sibulus.
Can I get a seconder? Mr. Goyder, okay. Comments on this, Councilor Bailey? That's good direction. Councilor Goyder? So that only deals with this, the current industrial, but you made a reference to, okay.
No, there's another reference to all similar.
So all in favor of that, right? We can pass this one on this current industrial or?
And I guess that's a separate resolution with just that direction regarding Kirk Crescent and the cost sharing agreement.
Okay, so all in favor of that?
And it doesn't say and others similar.
I can read it. if that's
Can you-
helpful.
yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
The council directs staff to approach the county of Wellington requesting that a cost sharing agreement for the maintenance of Kirk Crescent stormwater management facility and other facilities in the township industrial area be established between the county and the township, and that council directs staff to forward this correspondence to the county roads committee for review and response.
Would it be cleaner just to say for industrial stormwater management facilities, and that's all? Would it be cleaner, or do you want to list the current one? Because there's Mr. Fowler. There's another one in behind. It used to be the car store, correct?
That is correct. That was servicing the old Schneider property mainly.
Then and there's another one in, I forget the name of the road, but further back in the industrial lands as well.
Yes, there is.
Is that it? Three in total?
3 in total in that industrial sector, yes.
Capture them all. We want to cost share all, not just.
Yeah, you're gonna focus on Kerr, I presume.
Initially.
Because that's current right now in the budget, so are you going to go after all 3 of them in one shot?
No, I would think the engineer cost sharing agreement, and then that just, as they come up, they've agreed to 50%, no?
Again, I guess it's just the approach, kind of what Councilor Sibulus is saying is, will it be easier for them to agree to 1 than 3?
Okay, I'm good with that.
It might be good to go for this one and then implement that for all 3.
I'm comfortable. Yeah, that's probably this. I'm good with that. Just go for the one first.
That council directs staff to approach the county of Wellington requesting that a cost sharing agreement for the maintenance of the Kirk Crescent stormwater management facility be established between the county and the township, and that council directs staff to forward this correspondence to the county roads committee for review and response.
We have another second.
We do.
Okay, any further comments, questions? All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Mr. Council Spillis, do you have another?
There was one item to do with the storm management pond within Aberfoyle Mills, and that was part of the agreement, so we have to maintain that. And I'm wondering, for future such things, we should look at getting rid of that sort of stuff. If it's not, if it's within a condominium, why should we be concerned about being responsible for them?
Speak to that. How do we go about that?
So you're asking to take care of that particular one? or
No,
future
I'm
ones?
talking for future.
Yeah, for future ones, yeah, that's definitely something we'll just look at it at the staff level when new agreements come forward, that will be our position, why are we responsible for something that we have no control or.
We don't own, or do we own that one?
Yeah.
Usually condominiums, they own.
Exactly, yeah, so that's my comment on why did we have to do it?
Do we have a way of renegotiating that agreement? Because
Only with their agreement,
yeah.
so.
But who owns the land under the pond? Us?
I don't know what the details of that. are.
Can you find out?
Yep.
Because we don't own the land. We don't know if we
Yeah,
got-
well, if you can do something about it, it's great, but typically, as CEO said, why would somebody go change the agreement when it's not in the field?
They own it.
It's an agreement.
Exactly.
There's gotta be a cancellation clause or something. Let's look into it. Anyways, I thought, I was actually referencing maybe 20,000 for the hotspots. You made the recommendation to reduce that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So we would need a
Yeah, yeah,
resolution. for that. Can I speak to it first?
Sure, yeah.
So, this council that's remaining here and, you know, the all candidates night, everybody made some reference to the improving the gravel roads and paving them. And we have not allotted any additional funds to that reserve, and Mr. Fowler could probably speak to. When we first started this reserve, costing was thought to be one thing, and with everything else, inflation. Just the underground work and the upgrades to make the roads suitable candidates for paving is quite expensive. So I would like council's indulgence to consider a very marginal increase to that, you know, maybe it's the 10,000, there's other opportunities in the budget. I just don't want to abandon that commitment. I understand it's going to be a difficult tax year, but Ms. Hassan, I'm not sure if you're able to answer this, but 1%, do you know the number that a 1% tax increase would, the equivalent would be? Is it 39,000? Do you know that
I
number
believe
yet?
it's in the 40,000 range. I haven't done that calculation yet, just because we don't have the whole picture yet in terms of operating and all that. So I believe what's being proposed to you at this time without growth is less than 1% in terms of the capital budget.
So I'd appreciate a bit of a discussion on whether we can increase the contribution to the what is it called, the gravel road improvement reserve. Because we are in a good position with this budget currently, and we do have time to, we could always change what we contribute. So Councilor Bailey.
You started the conversation with the 20,000. Are you suggesting we just kind of move that?
Well, yeah, so Councilor Willis is referencing reducing that to 10,000 for those hotspots, but I was hoping at a minimum we'd capture that money in the gravel roads reserve. Minimum, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not gonna change, you know, the bottom line of the levy impact by doing that, so I'd be okay with that.
Right.
No?
That's good.
Yeah, I would be okay with, I mean, I fully support the discretion, like building that gravel roads discretionary reserve. Like $10,000 probably not gonna get us very far, but at least it's something. But I mean, I'm comfortable with that as a sort of starting point, so we know the whole picture once operating comes into play. We also don't know at this point in time what the surplus is gonna be, and it's generally our practice to assign that to the asset management plan. But, you know, maybe there's room there once we have that information as well. But in the meantime, I'm happy to that $10,000 that is already allocated to the hotspots project to be put to the ground discretion. That's a start.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I was waiting for the combined operating capital, as Councilor Ward is saying, there's opportunities there to see what happens. Also to see where the county's coming from on there, because I know we try to say we have a tax increase for postage fees, but the actual impact to the homeowner is a big package. So if we can look at the big package, in other words, whatever the county does to us, as well as our increases, there might be some additional space available for contributing more.
Okay. Question for you, Ms. Hassan.
Yes.
When is the earliest that you're able to make that determination, because you have all the data on what an actual 1% increase equates to? Is that at the completion of the operating budget, or is it when you get from MPAC?
Yes, so that's early January. That's when I'm able to provide you with all the median calculations for the different types of properties in the township to give you guys the full picture.
So would that be ahead of our next presentation for the operating budget?
The operating budget, the goal is to have it for the December 21st council agenda package. And then I believe that the next meeting is in January. And that's when I would be able to provide everything.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sim. What I'm scheming about is trying to, so we know that at 1% is approximately 42. And the levy increase is 20, so I was trying to get to use up, so sorry, I'm gonna be going. We know that the proposed capital budget is at 39,000. I wanted to just use that last 4,000 to make it an even 1% capital budget increase and add it to the 10. Does that make sense? So we would be bringing forward to the next meeting a total of a 1% capital budget increase and 10,000 plus the additional goes into the reserve. So now we're at about 14. I know it's not a lot, but it's a little bit at a time that we can build up. Instead of the capital budget would otherwise say 0.9, 0.8 or something like that. So thoughts on that, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
And we're gonna hash.
I don't know what that number looks like, so.
Yeah.
It's a few thousand.
Well,
Yeah.
I know, I'm just trying.
Yeah, like to me, the bottom line is what's going to be hit.
Yeah.
Will combine capital and operating, and it's a big operating, we may have to put back on the capital.
Are you comfortable with just rounding it up to a full one?
I'm okay for now,
Yeah.
because I'm understanding when we get to combine, we may have to do some serious rethink of the capital.
I'm good with that. Seems like consensus. Do you need a resolution for that?
Sorry, just because there's some numbers associated with this, I just want to ensure that that the budget is updated properly related to this. So what I heard from council is that we're going to phase in the 20K tax levy associated with the 401 and Highway 6 project review of hotspots to 10,000 in 2023 and 10,000 in 2024. And then I also heard that council directs staff to increase the contribution to the gravel roads improvement discretionary reserve from 207,800, which is what the current budget is at, to 217,800. And I just want to confirm that that's from 2023 to 2032, or if it's just for 2023. Like, I just need that properly in the council resolution.
So I'm gonna interject. You just need to add another, I'm gonna say 4,000, because that's gonna be close to that 1%. We go from 39 to 43, it's 3,000. So add 3,000 to the capital, the gravel roads improvement reserve. So instead of 217,800, it would be 228,000. And yes, this is a base budget increase that would be projected out till 2032. What was the other part of your question? It was the phasing in of the hotspots. I believe that's
10 and
correct. 10 and 10, right? Makes sense, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Councilor Caputo?
So then is that 10? Because it was supposed to be 20, so we're reducing it to 10 for 2023, would put that 10 towards the gravel reserve as well.
And then next year, there's another levy increase of 10,000.
Yes.
It's a deferral, I guess. Okay, Mrs. Sand, does that make sense?
So the current budget in front of you guys has a contribution of 207,800. And
Yeah.
so to the gravel roads improvement discretionary reserve, we're gonna add the 10,000. So that would be 217,800, but then we're also adding an additional 3,000, Mayor Sealy, is that?
Correct.
Okay, so is council comfortable with it being increased from 207,800 to 220,800 from 2023 to 2032?
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes, it's on the premise that we're going to revisit the numbers every year type of thing. We may be able to add more, or we'll have to take some out, basically, whatever the bottom line is. For the taxpayer. I really am sensitive to the taxpayer.
All right. Anything that you need more clarification on, Mrs. Stan?
Nope, the budget will be updated with that.
How are you?
Done, and then I can share my screen, if that's helpful.
I believe, is there any other projects that were not included in the base budget sheet that she mentioned? Mr. Spence?
Well, I think I would like to discuss the sign up at community center.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go back to that, Frisbee
Okay,
golf,
fair enough. That's fine. Thank you.
so, anything else, these blue budget sheets that? No? Okay, all right, so yes, we will go back to the beginning of Mrs. Sands' report. And there's a couple items. The first one is staff recommendation about Frisbee golf. I guess we'll let Councillor Bailey speak to that first.
Yeah, I guess I took from the report that, staff are suggesting we no longer pursue the initiative. It's too bad we can't kind of make this going, but I'm wondering if maybe we can defer it maybe to the youth advisory committee or, just kind of keep it on the radar, but maybe not, be including it.
Councillor Goode?
Yeah, no, I think, the rec committee talked about it and, you know, all of us would obviously like to see increased recreational opportunities in the township. And, at first glance, this seemed like sort of like an easy add. But, as it turns out, and as the report indicates, it's maybe not best suited for Fox Run Park. So, I support staff's recommendation and yeah, maybe it's something we talk about again in the future, but I think for right now, maybe it's something that we just shelve for a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree with parking it for now. There might be other opportunities to otherwise, so we spoke of this.
Yeah, I agree with Parkin, and you're a member of that new youth committee, so there's opportunities to bring that conversation to them, and they can always come back to council, so. Support that. Fire and rescue service fleet. Mr. CAO, did you want to speak to this at all, or just comments from council?
I believe the discussion here is basically just to authorize the moving forward with the truck for the 2-year purchase. Is that the section you're referring to? Yeah, just because as council's where you saw in the tour as well, there's some discussion then. It's a 2-year delivery, so we need to initiate the process now. So this is already all budgeted for and planned for, just initiating the process. We can have it in 2 years when we need it.
Also, not buying a pumper tanker, correct?
And that I would defer to what the report says is written by a very chief. I can't speak to that in detail, but I believe that, you know, the details in there for that.
Good, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is if we were to purchase those together, it would impact the tanker shuttle, accreditation. Accreditation, and we don't want that. I'm just looking for clarification. I don't think I saw any deposit required. Is that, confirmed that there's no basically budget impact until 2025?
That's correct. There's a few different ways of going about it, and depending on the risk that the municipality wants to accept. Sometimes what will happen is, well, if we purchase the cabin chassis now and then it sits for the 2 years for the truck to be built, the dealer that we buy it from is going to have some carrying costs for that, and that is typically added to or incorporated into the bid price. What some approaches that have been done are, if the municipality pays in advance for the cabin chassis, then there's an appropriate discount at the other end of the deal. While on paper that sounds good, there are risks associated with that we're kind of hesitant to, given the experience of other municipalities, because there has been a situation where municipalities have done that, and then that dealer has gone bankrupt, and then your deposit is gone. Right, so you're having a potential risk of a significant down payment for the cabin chassis. It's a significant undertaking for basically some interest for 2 years, which is our recommendation, given the current environment and given experience of others. The less risky thing is to pay a little bit of interest at the back end, but then at least you know you get your truck and you don't lose all that money on the cabin chassis.
Councilor Goode?
Yeah, I did have a question, which I was hoping that you could answer, but since you're not here, I may have to defer to you. My question was, I fully understand keeping the tanker and the pumper separate. What my question was, is the quote that is being proposed for the pumper is a purpose-built pumper. To not have a purpose-built pumper is about $150,000 to $200,000 cheaper. And I understand that a purpose-built pumper has a higher safety rating, but I just don't have, I guess, the clearest understanding of what trucks do what. I understand the rescue truck to have a higher safety rating makes lots of sense because it's on 401, crash rating, all that stuff. I guess what I am wanting to understand is, does that extra safety rating of a purpose-built pumper justify the extra $150,000 to $200,000 increase in the cost?
I did have this discussion with our chief as well, and his recommendation is that in their experience is, yes, it is worth it, even though they may not be on the 401. There's other incidents that they happen, you know, the hills that we go on to respond to calls all over the place. I believe they even had an accident with one of their trucks, and I think in the tour, that's what he mentioned, that because they had the purpose-built truck, that's why they feel that the life of that firefighter, that senior officer was actually saved because of that. And it's their recommendation that yes, it would be.
I'll add to it, and it won't be to a detriment. So, I'm too nervous. When we were having discussions about the rescue, I was having challenges with the additional costs with I call it custom cab, they call it purpose built. This is the square ones.
Yeah.
And I went to the head mechanic at Guelph Fire at the time, and his name was Rob, and I said, Rob, do we really need these custom cabs? You know, it's a pretty significant expense. And he laid it out pretty simply to me. He says, James, if you roll this truck over in a ditch or on 401, it's gonna look like that when it's rolled over. It's gonna stay in shape. The guys are gonna be banged up a little bit, but they're gonna be all right. And I'm not taking anything away from the commercial manufacturers of commercial trucks, but he says, you know, we're out in the worst weather, you know, we're out when everybody else is out. And he said, if you roll this commercial chassis over, it's gonna look like a pancake. So that was what sold me for the rescue. To speak to the response criteria, the pumper will go on the 401 likely as much as the rescue. We have multiple truck responses, but there was a period years ago when we were doing garbage truck fires. They were shipping it all over. They still do, but they were catching on fire. So the rescue goes, I'm not sure first or second, but it goes primarily for motor vehicle collisions. But if it comes in as a truck on fire, that pumper's going to that road as well. So to me, it is, and then you can look at it also. I spent 20 years, 20 years, 150,000 divided by 20 for the extra safety. It's a big ticket. I agree, but to me, I was swayed by that whole, you know, extras.
And that's good. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying like I don't support that. I just wanted to have
Better
a clear understanding as to what the benefit is of that additional cost. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I'm good with our staff already. Are we going to resell this tanker 37? Put it up for auction, is that the intent?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
All right, so that's clear.
I believe I have the recommendation that was actually in the staff report, that council authorized the fire chief to commence a current process for the replacement of pump 31 truck in 2023 in order to have the truck delivered in 2025.
Does it capture about replacing the tanker and pumper separately? Is that direction clear?
Yeah, I'll that council does not support a pumper tanker combination as this impacts the township's tanker shuttle accreditation. And I guess the reason we need that is because a previous council resolution did support that, so.
Procedurally, because this is a revisiting a previous decision of council as per procedural bylaw. We have to have a resolution passed with, no, we're good.
We're good. The reconsideration is where I think you're thinking, and that is only applied to matters that were addressed in the current meeting or the one before.
Okay.
Yeah, so because this was in 2016, I believe, we were perfectly fine. Yeah.
Just make sure we get it ready. Maybe we'll get lucky and, you know, prices will come down in 2 years. All right, on to the next item, and that is the electronic sign at the Central Community Center. Who wants to speak to that? Is that a Mr. Fowler item or?
I guess I can speak to it just because the services team here is responsible for updating that sign, and then Mr. Fowler can add to it. I know that there were some questions from council regarding how this could be funded and what life expectancy is of the sign. And I know those have been included in the additional items, but I guess we just need council's direction as to whether this should be incorporated in the proposed capital budget and forecast. And I believe our recommendation was in 2027 or later, because that's when our county accessibility grant funding is available. We could also investigate other grant opportunities, and that's in accordance with the useful life of the sign, based on the review of our accounting records.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sam. Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the life of the sign. I question. What I was wondering, I know we've been asking about the different types of funding that are available, and you just mentioned you'd be able to look into some. The way I see the sign is that it's maybe would be appropriate through the like a municipal modernization funding. Where we're modernizing our service of advertising, municipal information, we're promoting recreation, advertising and park events. So I don't know if it would fall under that category. And I guess I'd like to hear a little more thoughts from the staff that are using it, and maybe get some input on the residents that use it. Because I've had a few people reach out and comment on the difficulty of reading the red on black. So that's been the concern that I've heard. So I think I'd like to see it in the forecast, and maybe not at the full 10-year, but if we can start to look at it in the next year, I would like to see it there.
Councilor Groda.
Yeah, I guess like, I don't disagree that increasing the visibility and the function of the sign can provide for some pretty awesome public awareness and advertising opportunities, especially given what road it's located on. But without some kind of grant funding for it, $37,500 to replace that sign before it's, expired life expectancy. That's a lot of money. I mean, as we just looked, that's almost a 1% increase. So that's a tough pill, I think, to swallow. If staff are saying that the County of Wellington accessibility funding might be the appropriate grant that would be applicable for that, and that's not available until 2027, and that also happens to coincide with the life expectancy of the sign. My tendency would be to support that approach to the sign.
Councilor Spose.
I'd like staff, I'd like council to consider asking staff to, or perhaps even go through the recreation committee to see if we can get third-party funding. We got the Optimist Club, but also some of the industries, perhaps somebody like Maple Leaf would be willing to pay for the sign. All it would require is putting Maple Leaf logo underneath or something of that nature. You see that all right now with all kinds of public facilities, you pay for the rights to name. We do that for a hockey rink. You want to have your name on the hockey rink billboards, you pay for it. So I'm looking at that as an option to reduce the, get them to contribute. The other, if that's not an option that we don't want, if that's not an option we want to consider, well, I'm going to suggest that perhaps we park $5,000 a year in our capital budget just to keep accumulating it, so it's not a one big time hit at once.
Mrs. Sand, is the sign eligible for parkland dedication reserve funds?
Let me look into that. Just based on the wording in that.
So the way I would like to see the direction given is that we look at this replacement, this sign in this term of council. 27, I believe, is outside of that term. Along with third party funding or fundraising components. And I just mentioned the parkland dedication reserve, because the way I'm looking at it is we're doing the paths and all the improvements. We're going to pave the parking lot. Yeah, it's probably not appropriate this year or maybe next year for this cost. But to me, I think relocating the sign to the main entrance, and then we have the ability when we have our tenants, say the farmers market or family day, you could have it rolling over family day today, a week ahead in advance, the times and all those things. So I'd like staff just to take away from this that we'd like to see an improvement within the council term and come with some recommendations. And then again, when we're paving the road, if they need to put the conduit in the ground for this relocation. So, and then there's definitely, and then staff also look at grant applications. I haven't really been paying a lot of attention to them. We've been busy with Bill 23 and 109 but see if there's some funding available through the province for those improvements. What are your thoughts on that, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I was actually gonna follow up. I liked Councillor Sapulis's suggestion of putting in just sort of a minimum placeholder or something in the budget. You mentioned 5,000, so I would be supportive of doing something like that to show our commitment to doing it.
That would be a tax levy increase.
It's better than a 0.5% tax levy increase.
Councillor Goyette?
Right, so the beginning part of that, yes, I support the $5,000. I would support, but again, given the big picture, the operating and everything. Maybe that gets reevaluated at the end, I'm not sure, but for now, I would be open.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I know my previous life, we had signs installed on subway platforms and we had somebody else go in there and pay for it. We used it for emergency announcements and the other company used it to advertise, get advertising revenue. I don't know if the municipality would like to do that. Would we want to sell space on there for advertisers, that sort of thing, some sort of sign company? We want to pay for it and say, okay, give us out of every hour, 5 minutes of advertising time, where the rest of the time is municipal type announcements, some sort of opportunity there for a sign company to come in and say, yeah, we'll put it up there, we'll get the revenue from the revenue or from the commercials we put on there, and there you go.
Mrs. Sand, you'd be able to have an answer for us whether it's eligible for.
No, it's not. I looked at that quickly and it's not, like, just based on the eligibility criteria. I think there's other projects that are more eligible.
Okay. Well, in that case, then. Yes,
So
go ahead.
how should we update the forecast with this one?
Well, I was just gonna work on that. So what I'm hearing is council wants to add an additional $5,000 to would it be a special reserve or allot $5,000 per year? In perpetuity, well, for,
Until the term and the term comes, because you want to implement it 2026 type of thing. So we had 5,000 a year in 23, 24, 25, and then 26, and then we get it built in 20,000, and we can get it built in
Yeah.
summer of 26, all sort of thing.
So Mary, at
That's option one, and the option two is to see if we can get it somehow free of charge by,
we'll do both.
yeah.
Because I mean, yeah. So Mary, we're gonna increase the capital budget, capital budget by $5,000 for fiscal year 23. And then we're gonna, but that 5,000 will continue to be allotted to the sign till it funds the cost of replacement. And then we're also going to search out alternative funding sources for that project. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
That's what we're on the table right now. Move for that.
I move that,
I have it all.
oh, you have that, you don't need to move?
Okay, so that's what we're proposing right now. Councilor Bailey, are you comfortable with that?
I am.
That's good.
Yeah, and I agree with Councilor Boyd, and we gotta cut the budget, we'll cut it.
Yeah.
Without, combine with you.
Nobody ever says they agree with me, just saying. Okay, Ms. Hassan, is
yeah.
there anything that I've overlooked that you need direction on in your report 2022-035?
I'm sorry, just 1 second. I'm just making sure that that resolution for the electronic sign is right. I'm just going through the report really quickly.
Ms. Hoypuck's just finalizing the last component of that last direction, correct?
Yes.
She'll share, you're gonna share your screen,
Yeah, everything else has already been incorporated in the capital budget and forecast. I think we've received direction on what we need direction on. So thank you, council.
Ready?
so what's the plan? Are you gonna read that whole thing, or
I can.
want to take a drink of water first?
I have my water. I might get all, so.
What was the best thing that happened to me? I'm telling you.
Mhm.
Read the whole thing. You know who you can blame for you having to read all of these? Is him. Because our previous CAO sat beside him. And when he came on board, he said,
That's usually the CA.
She does such a good job.
It's usually the
Yeah.
CA.
Need someone to blame.
All right, that report FIN 2022-035 entitled 2023 proposed capital budget be received. And the council approves the following 2023 capital budget projects as follows. So I have them listed, starting with the replacement of structural firefighter gear. And the council directs staff to report back on the replacement schedule of structural firefighter gear for future years. Community risk assessment study, laptop replacements. Development charges bylaw amendment and parkland dedication bylaw amendment. Community improvement plan amendment and township financial incentives. Pickleball line painting and floor refinishing. And the council directs staff to report back whether pickleball lines could be included at Forum Park.
So just pause there. What do we mean by included at the park?
My suggestion was to have, it referred to the recreation committee to discuss whether or not, it's,
Need?
we need, in other words, you don't want to do something without proper vetting.
All right.
To the direct committee or?
Yes, sorry, the council will direct staff to refer the potential pickleball lines at Forum Park to the recreation committee. Comment?
Yeah. Review.
Okay. Replacement of Bullmore's and bleachers, and the council directs staff to report back on costing options to replace both sets of bleachers in 2023. Parking lot and associated enhancements at the front of the Passage Community Center, and the council directs staff to initiate an illumination study sorry, to be conducted by an engineer. And to ensure compliance of the parking lot and main entrances to the Clifton Community Center, and that the study be funded by the Cash and Move Parkland Reserve, and that council direct staff to report back on costing options.
Can we somehow like not call that a study? Because I know for sure we can't utilize cash in lieu of Parkland funding for studies. Is it like a line for the project, Councillor Sepulus?
Let's say design.
Okay,
Initiate a illumination design. Does that work for you?
yeah, and then if there's a second point where it says study.
Nice catch, Mary.
Thank you.
The replacement of Parks Department landscape trailer, the Kubota lawn tractor, placement of ceiling components at the Clifton Community Center, bridge and culvert inspections, Clifton Lake pedestrian access, and that council direct staff to investigate options to delineate the private and public lands and engage with the adjacent landowners regarding the access / land delineation features and options. Leslie Road West reconstruction, Little's Bridge reconstruction, and the council direct staff to work with the adjacent property owner regarding the possibility to convey the bridge once the rehabilitation work is completed. Concession 7 to concession 2A to Mason Road pulverize and repave. Upgrade single axle dump truck to tandem dump truck, and the council approves the 2015 single axle dump truck to remain in the township's public works fleet as a backup vehicle, and that it not go to auction for resale. Mulvey Road East to Victoria Road South and Watson Road South pulverize and repave. Roselle Road to Forstall Road to Town Line Road pulverize and repave. Cloud permit implementation for bylaw enforcement and planning modules. Septic reinspection, 401 and Highway 6 project review of hotspots, and the council direct. Oh, sorry.
Pause you for a quick second. Septic re-inspections, that's around the Wapaki, the wellhead protection areas. And that's levy increase.
It's third party funded through the city of Guelph.
Yeah, just make it, that's what I wanted to make sure. Thank
Just
you.
in the process of finalizing and signing that agreement.
Great.
Okay. 401 and Highway 6 project review of hotspots, and the council direct staff to phase the 20,000 tax levy cost associated with the 401 and Highway 6 project review of hotspots to 10,000 in 2023 and 10,000 in 2024. The gravel extraction study, Kirk Crescent Stormwater Management Facility, Asset Management Reserve contribution, Corporate Information Technology Reserve contribution, Municipal Administration and Operations Facility, convert lighting to LED at the Orchid C. The playground at Warren Park, also known as Arkle Park, gravel roads improvement reserve contribution. And that council direct staff to increase the contribution to the township gravel road discretionary reserve from $207,800 to $220,800 from 2023 to 2032. And that council defer the implementation of Frisbee Golf as outlined in the staff report. And the council authorized the fire chief to commence the procurement process for the replacement of pump 31 truck in 2023 and work to have the truck delivered by 2025. And the council does not support a pumper tanker combination. This impacts the township's tanker shuttle accreditation. And sorry. And the council refer the replacement of the digital.
Sorry, in the budget, it's called the electronic sign at the PCC.
Okay, thank you.
This is sand.
Yes.
That sign, what, does it have a value associated to it in the asset management plan?
That I don't believe that, I believe that was missed from the asset management plan, but just based on reviewing our accounting records, it was installed, I believe, in 2012.
So our asset, or we have a policy that assets over a certain numerical value shall be captured in the asset management plan.
I believe, yes, I don't remember what the actual threshold is, but this one was one that wasn't captured when we did our asset management revamp in 2019.
Could we look into what that value is and if this sign qualifies to be captured by the asset management plan, please?
Oh, this will definitely be something that's added to our asset registry because we should have all of our assets in our asset registry. This one definitely meets the like it's
Right.
$1,000, so it would be incorporated.
Right, so I'm gonna come back to that once we finish this.
Okay, so then, and that council refer the replacement of the electronic sign at the PCC to the Recreation Committee to investigate the potential for donations and fundraising to offset the cost of a new digital sign and report back to council during this term of council on all funding options, including provincial grants. And the council directs staff to incorporate $5,000 tax levy funding for the electronic sign for PCC from 2023 and future years until it is fully funded, and that staff investigate third-party funding opportunities.
See what I'm trying to do here.
Ms. White Fox, I think the third-party funding opportunities, that's already addressed with the item above, so I don't know if you need to include that last sentence.
Right.
That, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
on the second last paragraph. The intent is that we want to have this in place, constructed by this term of council. In other words, the way it says report back during this term of council, well, they can report back 2026, and we don't want that. We want
Yeah,
to have the sign installed by 2026.
do we need to, excuse me, make reference to, putting conduit in the ground for potential upgrades or
I've
anything?
got like zero.
Okay.
Take a look at that.
Okay, so yeah, just,
And so I would suggest for, in order to construct a sign
In this term.
by this term.
um. I'm actually gonna speak to the sign right now, because, so, I don't know if it's Mary or you, Mr. CEO, if we discover an asset that meets the policy that states that, if it's $5,000 or more, it should be covered under the asset management plan. Once that asset is identified, does that then translate to a base budget increase in the capital budget to ensure that it's funded through the asset management plan? Or is it just added in as a cost and then the projections going forward are adjusted accordingly?
So is the pie increased or we cut up the pie in smaller pieces?
Right.
Mary?
So this one was like a staffing item. We don't know all of our, like, we have so many assets. So this one was missed, but so if council, another option for council's consideration is that instead of it being tax levy funded, it could be asset management funded, just because it is a current asset that we have.
That's where I was going, and I wasn't trying to, I wasn't on a hunt to find responsibility for it being missed. I recognize that we can't think of everything, and but I see the benefit of it being funded through the asset management plan versus levy.
Yeah.
And then because we make significant contributions with our surpluses, that we may not have to make too much of an adjustment for that asset. So I would like just staff to look at it and come back, because we might not need to add that 5,000 or whatever. Does that make sense? I know I babbled on a little bit there, Mrs. Sand.
It definitely makes sense that it be, that it utilize the asset management reserve because it is a current asset that needs to be replaced.
Okay, so do we leave that as is, but you guys, it's gonna end up in the asset management plan.
Yep.
But we can still all, if there's funding streams, just because it's in the asset management plan, we can still apply for grants for assets.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Do we need to put the 5,000 increase in then? We can put it to the gravel road instead.
You can see that going.
Well, I agree with you. You're gonna have to put it there, 5,000. It's gonna be part of the asset management reserve. They're gonna have to put a number.
I just didn't want to lose it.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, there'll be a line item and there'll be expenditure in 2026, so
It'll be there.
it'll be there.
So for clarification, we don't need this last line because of the way it's being funded.
I would say direct staff to incorporate the, we're trying to sign a PCC.
Into the asset management. I don't even know if we need to give direction. It's just gonna, do we?
Well, no, that'll just remind me to add it to the forecast. So this is fine, the way it's worded. If you guys want it to be incorporated in 2023 to be funded by the asset management reserve, but that we're also going to look for other opportunities for funding in accordance with the council direction.
We need to reference the $5,000 a year. I don't think we do that, right?
We can take the 5,000 out and it doesn't mean that the sign's going forward in 23. It just means that it's gonna be identified in the asset management plan from 23 onward. And staff will, you'll work your magic, Mary, and you're gonna find us some money from the provincial government.
Okay, so maybe it should just write that. I think what we need to write here is that council directs staff to incorporate the electronic sign at the PCC for replacement in the capital budget and forecast. Because the capital budget and forecast is the living document of the asset management plan. And then which year do you guys want it to be noted as?
No later than 26.
Okay,
In this term of council is for replacement.
You already have that in the previous paragraphs.
Only need it. Just take out the date at the end there.
okay,
That work?
yep.
Clear as mud? Okay, last comments before we approve all these recommendations, Councillor Bailey?
No, it's good to me.
Councillor Guida? Sorry.
Sorry, I think we just need to.
Oh, sorry, can I get a move that first? Councillor Guida, second by Councillor Lewis. Comments, Councillor Bailey?
Oh, I think this is great.
Okay, Councillor Guida? Councillor Lewis? Anything from staff?
Sorry, I just had one thing that I had heard, and it'll help us with our budget that we prepare in 2024. But what I heard was that we don't require capital budget sheets for the structural firefighter gear replacement because it is an annual item and it's required to be replaced every 10 years. So would the same apply then for the computer equipment replacements and the bridge and culvert inspections?
The bridge and culvert inspections are every other year.
That's okay.
We do contribute, we do budget for it on a year-over-year basis, so we budget 7,500 through tax levy on a year-over-year basis. So if we don't need to provide those in the future, can we just capture that in the council resolution?
We need a resolution for that? I don't think we
It
do.
would just remind me. Okay.
No, that, okay, just in the resolution.
This is in your wheelhouse, whatever you guys want.
So I have that for the structural firefighter gear, the laptops and the bridge culvert. Correct.
Yes.
We're just gonna share it really quick here, just. No, I think it's. We're okay. Okay, we've captured that for you, Mrs. Sand. Okay, any further comments, Councillor Bailey? Good. Okay, all in favor? It's carried. I believe we're on correspondence. Once you're done there. This way, please. Just gonna give you a moment. Right, do you have these individually? Do you have a resolution 4.1, please? 10.1.
Okay. The council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding the County of Wellington notice of objectors response, and this is relating to CDM aggregate land use pit.
And I get a mover for that, please. Mr. Bailey, second by Councilor Spillis. Any comments? Councilor, I'll just, anybody speak up with any comments or questions? Okay. All in favor? Carried. 10.2, Ms. Whitebox.
The council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding correspondence from Stephen Cody regarding Maple Leaf Lane recreational grounds for information.
I get a mover for that, please. Mr. Spillis, second by Councilor Goida. Any questions or comments? Yeah. Sure. Don't be shy.
Yeah, I mean, I have something written down here that I can say. I just think it kind of came out of the blue for me, this correspondence, and it's a really interesting idea and has the potential to, you know, be an appropriate use for the space and increase recreational opportunities. But like staff had noted, the budget forecast does not have the funds available for any upfront costs nor for any maintenance, you know, moving forward. We have a lot of other projects that have been on the list and they're waiting for their turn in the funding. So, you know, I would need a lot more information, and I think we'd really have to think this through, you know, to move this forward. And that's sort of my thoughts.
Councilors.
Yeah, I agree entirely with Councilor Bailey. I think it's an appealing, you know, prospective project. And I mean, all of us are big advocates for recreation. And if we are looking to add playing fields, that's a pretty ideal location, but the reality is the timing is just, it's just not something that we can, I don't think, manage either to purchase or to carry, so. Just, again, just shelf it.
Mr. Schools.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Bailey. It's not the right time and perhaps in 10 years.
Mr. Fowler, do you recall the purchase of the lands that our new soccer field is now occupying? Were you with the township then?
Yes, I was. From what I can recall, I'm not sure if it was purchased or if the land was donated.
So you don't recall the costing on that land then? Does anybody in staff know what we paid for that?
I had heard it was a donation too, but I don't know if that's correct or not.
So where I'm going with this is typically, real estate transactions are dealt with and closed. But I would like staff to at least approach the landowner and see if there is a cost or a donation possibility, because land and leasage is hard to come by. This land in the report sounds like it's just gonna be a field, so there's no development potential as far as I'm understanding, so I don't feel there'd be much harm in having staff approach the landowner, and they might get lucky and get some donation. And yes, there'd be some costs with mowing it, but maybe it's something that could be mowed twice a year versus like a soccer field. And then we have some redundancy and some extra green space at some point in the future. So I don't know if the council will indulge sending asking staff to do a favor. Mr. Bailey? Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, my first thought was, well, let's get rid of the baseball diamond and put it here type of thing. I take it out of that area because it's very congested.
Oh, at first I thought you were joking, because I'm a baseball guy.
No, I thought that'd be an opportune location. It's out of the way of everybody. It's like this area here is could be repurposed to something more
Yeah,
common for the rest of the community.
so I think. I'm trying to get my blood pressure down, so now you're trying to drink my baseball.
Well, I'm just looking at what do we do here?
Yeah.
You know, there's this space here, you know, people are complaining that the baseball was hitting the building and
Yep.
we looked at reorientating type of thing. Well, if it would make sense, plug it up there and maybe we could put a small soccer field. or
Yeah,
something.
let's send staff back and engage the landowner and see if there's what those costs are and. We all know that if it's not within our means, it's not within our means, but at least let's
Yeah,
ask. the questions.
absolutely. I mean,
The resolution.
I do have that captured.
Okay. Do we have a mover for that?
We do have for the original motion to receive for information. So we've just added that that council direct staff to contact the landowner regarding the potential for land donation. We have Councilor Secoulis that's moved and Councilor Boyd that's second.
Does that pigeonhole you to when you're reporting back on a donation? Or you're gonna? Because if he says, I want $2. But you're not, you know what, I know, but it could be a number that we're comfortable with
Like if he
too.
comes back and says, well, 50-50, I want X dollars for it too, whatever he indicates.
That's what I want to hear. I want to see the number.
And to your point, Mr. Mayor, that would be in camera. So,
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. All right, we have, oh, no, I almost said the wrong number, 10.3. This advice.
Yes, the council received correspondence item 10.3 regarding the Hardin Environmental Services. McNally Pit monitoring report from October 12, 2022 for information.
I get a move for that, please. Well, second by Councilor Gordon, comments?
Well,
Councilor Bailey?
yeah, I'll just, it suggests in the, or Hardin suggests that the groundwater monitoring report is unsatisfactory. That the data provided should include a longer period of monitoring in order to draw any proper conclusions, and more detail must be provided in the analysis. So I'm just wondering how we can, or what a staff suggested a way to access the data that Mr. Devlin needs.
So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can simply ask the pit operator for the data. If it's not provided voluntarily, typically it's through freedom of information directly to the ministry.
I'm a little confused on this. Is this a result of us, our consultant identifying that there's some changes on the site plan and then they're settling ponds and how that affects the water, or there's a lot of balls in the air juggling, and I'm not sure what this one specifically identifies. Can you help me with that?
So it looks like this is a period of time that spans over a year. So it's from January 2021 to August 2022. And it's the monitoring that was conducted at the McNally pit for that period of time. So we can definitely go back and ask for more information and find out specifically what Hardin is looking for and make that request to the pit operator.
Councilor Gordon?
Yeah, I guess to your point, like this isn't the annual groundwater monitoring report, so is this monitoring that the township requested? I guess, you know, where is this report from Hardin coming from? What's driving this review?
So I feel we had one where they, Hardin gave us a report, identified that the settling ponds were in a different location. They've been established for many years and, I'm really dumbing this down for lack of a better word, but wasn't able to come to a conclusion because he didn't see all the data. And I'm just not sure if that's what this is saying, that, well, 1 year's data isn't sufficient to say that your new settling pond or the possibility of your pond being a new location is, this isn't sufficient, so, yeah, I don't know, Mr. Ciola or does that make any sense that?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, we did receive this report in October directly from CDM. And it was, please find attached, they sent to us for that period of time for the below the water table extraction report. And so we initially sent that right off to our consultant to get some peer review on it, and Councilor Gord is correct. This is not their normal annual monitoring report that he's reviewing. It's something additional that CBM submitted to us based on their license requirements.
Okay. What I feel we need to do is figure out where we are with everything going on with our concerns we raised with the consultant, so. I don't know how we approach that. We're still kind of waiting on some responses from the ministry, and so I'm kind of putting you on the spot, Mr. CEO, but. Is it worth just pausing momentarily? I don't want to let this thing slide too far, but pausing momentarily until we get some responses from ministry, I'm gonna backpedal. We want more information from now, so we want to ask for that right away, because we have to go through the FOI process. I think.
That would be my request, yeah, because then when we're looking at encompassing all the concerns together, then we would have supporting information that Stan is referring to. And so I think it would be good to proceed with requesting information now.
All right, I think that's where we're at. I'll just start back over here, this Councilor Bailey,
Yeah, no, that's okay for this. Specific,
Councilor Guida.
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to to all of our points, I mean, we were all looking at this thinking, where does this fit into the timeline of this pit? And I don't know what the answer is, but I'm wondering if staff has some sort of tracking mechanism or some timeline with different pits, so we can kind of pop in and go, oh, right, this happened at this date, this is happening next, we're waiting on this report. Is there some sort of timeline or some organizational format where we can all know where some of these are coming from? Because a lot of the time there's a big delay, right? We decide on something, and then 6 months later, we're getting a response, and we have to rethink, where did this come from? And it just seems not efficient.
What about on the, at work we call it, we used to call it T drive, the hard drive, or is there a spot where you could set up for counselors that
Shared.
be on the shared drive so that they can go back and reference it, or is that common work, or?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we do have what Councilor Bailey is referring to, on staff's end, just to keep track of things and cost recovery and all of that relating to aggregate monitoring. So we do have spreadsheets that we work with. That's kind of our tool that we have. So we could certainly make that available in the council share drive. Mr. CIO, I don't see any concerns with doing that. It's just, staff keeping that updated.
What I would worry is that we're gonna get bogged down in the cost sharing, but I'm thinking if staff is given direction to ask for, or say, target to review them and create a spot where all of that is capped until it comes to final fruition, right? I know they're all on the agendas, but we have to go back and search them on all the agendas. I'm gonna leave it with you, but I don't know if necessarily Councilor Bailey is looking for, the third-party costing and that. We want to know that we asked for a report from Hardin and why, and it's almost linear, boom, 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 boom. And
if there's a spot missing, we know we're waiting for that report.
then when this comes, it can say, on your council shared drive, this is the file that we have on it. Jeff, you're getting more work. You're welcome. Does that make sense?
I think that's a great
Absolutely,
idea.
yeah.
Yeah, there's just too many things in the air with this.
There's so many pits.
And it can't, sorry.
Correspondence that comes from agents trying to keep track of what.
It doesn't necessarily have to be about pits either. It could be, whether we're doing the storm management plans or something, some other component, some other industry we're dealing with, at least when we go and. Could be about Blue Triton and their, their reports and go back, right? So. Comfortable?
Yes, yeah.
Read what you have, or? As directed. You can make notes on it, if you want.
So it's a council received correspondence item 10.3 regarding Hardin Environmental Services peer review of the McNally pit monitoring report. And the council requests additional information. Council directs staff to request additional information from the pit operator regarding this peer review. And that Hardin Environmental be requested to review any additional information provided, and that staff proceed as directed.
We have a mover, right? That's Councilor Spillis and Councilor Godu. You two are comfortable with that?
I would just question, would it be more appropriate that we ask Hardin to contact them? Because right now you're the middleman
Yeah.
trying to telling, Hardin says that you want this, you go to the pit operator, the pit operator comes back and you're going back to Hardin. Would it be more appropriate that you ask Hardin to deal directly?
No offense, Hardin seems to be a busy fella.
Yeah.
What if we directed staff to ask the operator to provide the data to Hardin? Because then if they say no, then staff can at least file the FOI. And
It's good if we had a record of the communication.
Yeah,
That
that's
the
fine.
third party that we're not involved.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, and that was moved by Councilor Godu, all in favor? Carried. And we have 10.4, Ms. Whitlock's.
That council received correspondence item 10.4 regarding the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Regarding permit to take water in the township of West Lynch and council resolution number 2022-175. And that council directs staff to forward the correspondence to the township hydrogeologist and source water risk manager Kyle Davis for a joint response.
Need a mover for that? Councilor Bailey, second, Councilor Spillis, any comments? Councilor Bailey?
I do have a sort of a question about the correspondence, not passing it on, but in the letter, it references the Guelph Aramosa Water Resource Technical Working Group. And I'm not familiar with what that is, but it does suggest that a group such as that could increase discussion or discussing regional scale water quality management and to sharing relevant data and information. And I feel like that's always a struggle too, is trying to get that data and get that information. And ministry's suggesting that with a group such as that, there might be more of that potential to happen. So I didn't know if there was an opportunity for something like that within West Lynch or what the history is on that working group. You know, because that would really open up a bit of this discussion. That seems to be what we're missing with the ministry.
My understanding is that group is in existence with Guelph Aramosa. They have their contract hydrogeologist and Kyle's participating in those discussions as well. And I believe there's some interaction with standard information that does come to stand from that group.
Pulling in West Lynch
I believe so.
as well. Okay.
Well, no, they don't, Guelph Hermosa doesn't look at Bush's concerns, but the data that they collect and the information they have, if it does pertain to Bush matters, they will share that. That's my understanding.
It does discuss regional scale water.
Isn't that part of the county-wide process that you were looking at discussing?
Well, so I was just gonna ask you, we as a council discussed it in approaching the county, and I mean, we don't know everything that's come down the pipe, but it probably just got kind of.
That's why I suggested we have Kyle respond to it, because the scope of that, Hermosa committee was to look at water, that, both the city, requires, and both Hermosa requires. And, they did a tier 3 type of thing jointly, and the whole focus was on that tier 3 study, and, that really didn't apply to us specifically. I understand, Mr. CEO, you have a working group with Al Davis and other individuals when things of water and systems come up for discussion. So I think we have that, but I think that this individual is not aware of what's going on. I think that's where we need a learned person like Kyle Davis respond properly, say, look, that was a limited scope to do for a tier 3 study. It's not to do with what you're talking about. What you're talking about is, yeah, Pussens gets affected by what happens in Cambridge, Pussens gets affected by what happens in Guelph, and it's not the scope of this.
So where I felt we left it was we gave direction to staff or Stan to go and build a report on how many monitoring wells he would require. And then we would approach the county for the costing on that.
Yeah, that's
We-
that's a separate issue altogether. Yeah, this one
But
deals.
would that not facilitate, what we're trying to get to is having this monitoring program. in
Well,
place and-
this particular letter deals with the 5-year versus 10-year permit.
Yeah.
And what he's arguing is, we're big brother, we know what we're doing. We'll continue doing everything else as is. And I'm saying, no, let's, we have a hydrogeologist who argues why we need 5. We have risk, water risk manager said why we need 5. Let them respond. The issue you're talking about is to do with us involved, concerned that they're going to do this. Yes, we did ask that for staff to talk to our hydrogeologist, come up with a work plan. I haven't seen that yet, and there was an opportunity to look at cost sharing between the county, well, Ramos and us, and I haven't seen that come back.
So I'm supportive of getting Kyle to comment on this.
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing or what I'm feeling is that the individuals at the ministry maybe don't recognize the data we have, or we don't have sufficient monitoring or this regional data to support our concerns.
I'm still taking a more of a simplistic approach, whereas you're getting a detail. I think this guy is probably new to the job, so bigger his job, everything's in place to worry about.
So I'm 100% comfortable with having Kyle and the appropriate people respond to this, but I feel in tandem. We gotta light that
Yeah.
fire again and get that program up and going, get that report from Stan, so we can go out the county, because
Absolutely.
so that's, sorry, I wasn't clear on that, but, so I think where we're at is that we want, Kyle and whoever else staff feels appropriate to comment, to review this letter and comment on it, but also let's follow up with Stan on that report he was supposed to bring back on the monitoring.
Keep monitoring wells, so we don't know whether we can use existing deep wells or put in new ones and what the cost associated with it.
Because then that can all become part of this regional water analysis stuff, and we can have better understanding, right? It's crazy what this one has to do with. Probably the appropriate term.
We got squeezed north, south, east, west.
It's incredible. So comfortable with where the direction's going?
Yep.
Councilor Boyd, Councilor Boyd?
Yeah.
Schools, okay, you're all in favor? We're on to council reports, your updates. I really don't have the transition to the new councils. I believe you all know already that I'm was elected chair of the planning committee at the county, so I'm also on AF and HR. Dealing with the finances and finance and human resources. It's my other committee this next 2 years. What did Councilor Ballmer get? I already forget what Councilor Ballmer got. So ECDEV and social services.
Yeah.
I believe. So it's not that I'm abandoning our roads concerns, but at the county level, every elected member has an opportunity to speak at the committee meetings. You just have to wait your turn. Committee members get to go first. You can't make a motion, so you just have to make sure that if you have something that's of importance that you don't have somebody at the table that'll make the motion. So I'm comfortable that we're still gonna, be able to address our concerns. I believe the countywide orientation is tomorrow. Starting at 9 in the Boyne. I won't be able to attend until 11 or 12, but I will be there. And I don't believe I have anything else that comes to mind. So. Is the mayor updating council updates? Anything from council members they want? Date the council on? I get resolutions.
The council received the mayor update for information.
And that is moved by School, second by Council Bailey, all in favor? It's carried. Bylaws, Ms. Whitebox. Sorry, yes. That's right.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-050 being a bylaw to establish a youth advisory committee, and bylaw 2022-051 being a bylaw to establish terms of reference for various committees of council of the township of Lesage.
You move it, please. Mr. Bailey, so we can Councilor Boyd, all in favor? Scary. That's it, for bylaws, right? Announcements, none. Closed session, we didn't have one. Business arising from the closed session, we didn't have. Any notice of motion today? None? New business. Oh, yes, we need to appoint, we already did that though. And Purgatory bylaw.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-052 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Whistler at its meeting held on the 7th day of December 2022.
Move for that, please. Commissioner Spears, second by Councilor Goda. In favor? It's carried. Adjournment.
The council hereby adjourns at 2:46 PM.
Move for that. Councilor Bailey? Sure. Second by Councilor Spears, all in favor? Carried.